Chapter 399, Go and Die Then. Chapter 399, Go and Die Then. The long-faced cultivator had not expected that Su Zimo would possess a spirit perception and had extremely keen senses towards something such as killing intent that was immaterial. It was logical that the other cultivators would feel hostile towards Su Zimo. However, the long-faced cultivator felt a killing intent. Uncle Liang sighed. Xiaofan, come clean and you might still have a chance to live. The long-faced cultivator named Xiaofan was thoroughly panicked. He realized that his fellow sect mates that were standing beside him a moment ago had backed off, looking at him warily. Gulping, Xiaofan looked toward Su Zimo instinctively. Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife, emitting a piercing glint with occasional flashes of lightning. It was unusually sharp and instantly penetrated the last line of defense in Xiaofan's heart. This was the invisible power of his gaze. This was a level that Su Zimo achieved after clearing his eye orifices and tempering them with demonic qi. In the mortal world, some hardened killers would often let out savage gazes such that ordinary people would feel fear upon meeting with their eyes. The eyes were interlinked with one's guts. Therefore, in a fight between two people, one might lose his courage if he was intimidated by the latter's gaze, revealing openings. In the pugilistic world, among postnatal and connate experts, there was a saying that one had to cultivate their eyes before cultivating their guts, and that technique was known as the gaze technique. In the cultivation world, techniques that could cultivate one's eyes were all secret skills. The bewitching eye from the pure maiden sect of the fiend sects and the enraged Vajra gaze of the Buddhist monasteries were renowned supreme dermic techniques. Dishonest rarely had to dirty her hands personally to kill. It was normal for her opponents to commit suicide after receiving a single gaze from her. Before clearing his 7 orifices, Su Zimo did even dare to look at Dishonest straight in the eyes casually. That was also why Su Zimo had headaches each time he saw Dishonest and tried to avoid her as much as possible. Speak. Su Zimo took a step forward, his eyes sparkling like lightning as he shouted. He added a small portion of thunderclap kill into saying that word. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo had already cleared his mouth orifice, that word exploded like thunder in Xiaofan's ears. Xiaofan was already extremely rattled by Su Zimo's gaze. Now that he was shouted at, he almost broke down as he knelt on the ground with a thud and a frightfully pale face. I was wrong. I was wrong. With a quivering voice, Xiaofan spoke. Du Kai of Poison Sect used the life-severing powder on me and junior brother Pu, and he's the only one with the antidote. We had no choice either. Du Kai of Poison Sect. Tang Yu frowned slightly and explained to Su Zimo, Du Kai is the commander of Poison Sect's current expedition. At 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, his mastery in poison is deep and he's a savage person. Su Zimo was expressionless and nodded. When he saw that everyone ignored him, Xiaofan turned even more fearful and said hurriedly, furthermore, I haven't done anything that betrayed the sect or harmed our fellow disciples. Du Kai was merely targeting Su Zimo's group and said that he'll give us the antidote as long as can kill one of them. By that point, most of the doubts that everyone had were answered. The Elixir Yang sect cultivator that was killed by Night Spirit was also inflicted by the life-severing powder of Poison Sect, that explained his actions earlier. Uncle Liang laughed coldly. You've already betrayed the sect by waiting until now to tell us everything. I'm afraid that you probably won't hesitate either if Du Kai asked you to kill your fellow sect mates in exchange for the antidote. Many Elixir Yang sect disciples felt their hearts skip a beat and lingering fear. No, I won't. Xiaofan was frantic and shook his head repeatedly. Tang Yu said with regret in her face, Junior brother Xi, you know that the life-severing powder isn't one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals. Although we don't have the antidote, we can ensure you won't lose your life until we return to the sect. Given the capabilities of our sect seniors, they will be able to help you remove the life-severing powder with ease. But you. I was wrong. I know that now. Xiaofan begged continuously. Tang Yu frowned in reluctance when she saw his wretched state. Uncle Liang sighed internally. Tang Yu still lacked the determination to kill at the end of the day. No sect would spare someone like Xiaofan easily. Just as Uncle Liang was about to step forth and make the decision to kill Xiaofan on the spot for Tang Yu, Su Zimo's voice sounded darkly, "Since you're so afraid of death, go and die then." Suddenly, Su Zimo raised his leg and kicked Xiaofan heavily against the chest. Snap! Xiaofan was sent flying and slammed against the wall completely before sliding down with a trail of blood. His entire chest was sunk in as his eyes glazed over. With a tilt of his head to the side, he was dead on the spot. The cultivators watching were dumbfounded. Tang Yu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. However, in the end, she merely sighed without saying anything. Yes. Right then, in the corner, Xiaoning, who was initially sleeping, let out a drowsy sound. Su Zimo hurried over and squatted down. He placed his palm against Xiaoning's forehead before asking gently, "Xiaoning, how are you feeling, brother?" Xiaoning opened her eyes slightly and could not see what was before her clearly yet, merely replying instinctively due to the familiarity of the voice. "It's me." Su Zimo gripped Xiaoning's hand. A familiar warmth surged into her heart and instantly, Xiaoning felt much more awake. She tried her best to open her eyes and her lips twitched as she smiled. "Brother, you're back?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Su Zimo found himself smiling uncontrollably when he saw Xiaoning's smile. Pushing her fringe away endearingly, he asked with a slightly reproachful tone, "Why were you so careless?" Xiaoning stuck out her tongue and blinked multiple times. Coming towards them, Tang Yu took out a jade bottle. "This is a great essence-nourishing elixir. Let Xiaoning consume it. Her body has just only purged away the poison and is still weak." "Thank you so much." Su Zimo nodded and received the jade bottle before pouring out an elixir the size of a fingernail and feeding it to Xiaoning. There was still something on Tang Yu's mind as she could not help but ask, "Fellow Daoist Su, did you guys have any feuds with Poison Sect?" Standing up, Su Zimo could not help but recall the Poison Sect cultivator he killed in the Golden Core's cave abode back at the borders of the ancient battlefield. "If you kill me, all of you will have to die on the ancient battlefield." Those were the last words of the Poison Sect cultivator. Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. "I killed a Poison Sect cultivator previously." "No wonder." Enlightened, Tang Yu said deeply, "Poison Sect cultivators are sinister and vengeful. Any cultivator that's able to use the purple corpse corrosion poison must have a high position within the sect. That person has most likely arrived at the city's north to poison all of you to death. It's just a pity." In truth, Tang Yu's guess was rather close. The Poison Sect cultivator's name was Luong and he was also at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. He was sent here to poison Su Zimo's group to death, but he ended up coming across Night Spirit. The purple corpse corrosion poison was completely useless when used on Night Spirit. Luong could not even survive a single round before he was killed by Night Spirit on the spot. Chapter 400, Meet Yama. Chapter 400, Meet Yama. Su Zimo asked, "Why haven't I seen anyone from Poison Sect previously? Poison Sect only entered Xiantian City a few days ago. I reckon it should be for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins as well." Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo and said, "Although they only have slightly over 100 people for this expedition, all Poison Sect cultivators are filled with poison and they specialize in killing opponents above their levels. Even super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect don't want to provoke them." In reality, Tang Yu's statement was a reminder for Su Zimo to not offend Poison Sect lest he attract trouble and get himself killed. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. Upon seeing that Su Zimo did not seem to have taken anything in, Tang Yu continued, "Actually, Poison Sect was the one who suffered an immense loss this time round. Not only did they lose a strong cultivator of the sect, Xiaoning is completely fine. I'm sure that they must be feeling cautious after that failure. In the coming period, as long as we strengthen our defenses, Poison Sect will not dare to attack us rashly. After a slight pause, Tang Yu added, furthermore, even if you go and kill a few Poison Sect cultivators and return safely, so what? It's only for a moment of pleasure. Instead, you form a deep grudge with them that cannot be resolved. Thereafter, you will have to live life fearing that they might take revenge at any moment. It's not worth it. Yes. Su Zimo nodded after pondering for a moment. You are right. Tang Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief after Su Zimo replied. She relaxed and revealed a bright smile. A glint flashed across Su Zimo's eyes as he asked, "What are the 7 lethals of Poison Sect?" Poison Sect's 7 lethals refer to the 7 most powerful hidden weapons or poisons of Poison Sect. For Qi refinement warriors and foundation establishment cultivators of Poison Sect, they can only make use of 2 of the 7 lethals, the Heart-Seeking Spike and the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. The Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison is a purplish-green powder and anyone who touches it will most likely die. Glancing at Su Xiaoning at the side, Tang Yu suddenly stopped speaking. There was someone in front of them that managed to survive against the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. Tang Yu knew that Su Xiaoning must have some sort of a secret on her body. However, she was smart and chose not to ask about it. Heart-Seeking Spike? Su Zimo asked reminiscently, is it a blue-colored spike that is as thin as a cow's hair? That's right. Tang Yu nodded. The terrifying part of the heart-seeking spike is not the poison coated on the needle, but itself. Itself? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Tang Yu explained, the heart-seeking spike is thin as a cow's hair. After entering one's body, it would flow along with the bloodstream until it ruptures the heart. It's useless even if one purges away the poison on the needle, the heart-seeking spike will still find its target and kill it. Su Zimo nodded. That explained why he felt his heart skip a beat when he was faced with that blue needle the other day. The feeling did not come from the poison on the heart-seeking spike, but the needle itself. In that short while, Su Xiaoning had fallen asleep. With a flushed face and steadied breathing, she was looking better. Young Master Tang, help me take care of Xiaoning. I'll go out for a walk. All right. Tang Yu nodded and did not think much about it, merely reminding Su Zimo to not wander far and be careful. It was noon when Su Zimo left Elixir Yang sect. Standing at a street corner at the city's north, Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the sun expressionlessly. Instead of fearing the blinding sunlight, his eyes revealed coldness in them. Poison Sect. Su Zimo spat out 2 words. He walked south along the long street of Xiantian City. The south of the city was originally guarded by 2 of the 5 heretical doctrines, Puppet Sect and Tomb Sect. A few days ago, Poison Sect entered Xiantian City and forcefully took over a part of the city's south territory. Originally, this place was green and filled with weeds growing rampantly. However, within a few short days after Poison Sect settled down, the grass had all withered and died. The entire place turned sinister and desolate and even insects and ants disappeared, as if there were no signs of life apart from those of Poison Sect. This noon, a green-robed cultivator arrived. He looked elegant and scholarly, walking with one hand behind his back. That guy seems a little familiar. I think he's the one from the bloody battle on the long street. Su Zimo, was it? Yes, that's him. Strange. What is he doing at Poison Sect's territory? Far away, some cultivators noticed Su Zimo. After all, he was the only person in the territory of Poison Sect and he was strikingly obvious with his green robes that did not match the attire of Poison Sect. Before long, in front of everyone's watchful eyes, Su Zimo arrived before the residence of Poison Sect. Two poison sect cultivators whose faces looked pale and yellow stood on each side of the door. They stared at Su Zimo, who was approaching with disdain in their eyes. To them, Su Zimo looked extremely weak and did not seem like a threat. Furthermore, Su Zimo was not wearing a sect badge on his waist. In other words, this was not somebody from a super sect. "What are you doing here?" the poison sect cultivator on the left asked with a raised brow. Smiling gently, Su Zimo pointed to the residents and asked instead, "This is poison sect, right?" "So what if it is?" the other cultivator sneered. Without replying, Su Zimo asked again, "Is Du Kai here?" "Insolent. You must have a death wish." The poison sect cultivators were enraged and shouted. The cultivator on the left hollered coldly, "The name of senior brother Du isn't something the likes of you can casually call out." The other cultivator added with a dark, sinister gaze, "Punk, you had better give me a reason not to kill you. Otherwise, I'll let you meet Yama in a moment." "Yama?" Su Zimo grinned. "Why wait a moment? I'll send you guys to meet him right away." Taking a step forward, Su Zimo suddenly extended his palm and swung it in reverse. With a thud, his arm whipped out like the trunk of a mystic elephant and smashed heavily against the head of the cultivator on the right. The person's brain juices splattered and he died on the spot without uttering a single word. The cultivator on the left was flabbergasted. He had not expected Su Zimo to try and kill them in poison sect's territory. "You." He had just said a single word when Su Zimo had already closed in. Without saying anything, Su Zimo pushed him palm down on the person's head and exerted strength. Poof! The person's head was shoved inside his chest with his neck snapped. He was dead before his body even collapsed onto the ground. Indifferent even after killing two people, Su Zimo entered poison sect's residence with a calm expression. The cultivators that were watching from afar had agape mouths. They had yet to react to what just happened. After a brief moment, there was an uproar. "Something is happening." Those three words were the only things left in the minds of those cultivators. They did not know what grudge Su Zimo had with poison sect. However, they knew that something shocking was about to happen in Xiantian City once more. Exchanging glances, the cultivators deployed movement techniques and scattered everywhere. Before long, the entire Xiantian City was about to find out about this. Chapter 401, Who is Du Kai? Chapter 401, Who is Du Kai? Xiantian City, North, Elixir Yang Sect. After settling Su Xiaoning down, Tang Yu sent another order for all Elixir Yang Sect cultivators to be on their guard and watch out for anyone suspicious. She was extremely wary of Poison Sect. After all, it was hard to guarantee that Poison Sect wouldn't do anything extreme for revenge after losing a core disciple who could release the purple corpse corrosion poison. It was never wrong to plan ahead. Furthermore, after what happened, Tang Yu had an uneasy feeling. In fact, it was like a premonition that something big was about to happen. The atmosphere within Elixir Yang Sect became tense after Tang Yu's series of orders. Almost all the cultivators were activated. 10 people formed a small team while 100 people formed a large team as they took turns to patrol Elixir Yang Sect's area. Right then, two cultivators came together, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman looked cold. They were Ji Qingtian and Leng Ro. Ji Qingtian was originally cultivating in his room, but he heard a commotion outside for a long time, as if something big had happened. He came out and asked around before finding out the news that Xiaoning was attacked and Su Zimo had returned. Instantly, he hurried forth to find out more about the details. Leng Ro was originally cultivating in Thousand Crane Sect and had only found out about this when she heard Thousand Crane Sect cultivators discussing about it. By the time she got here, she bumped into Ji Qingtian. When Tang Yu saw the two of them, she greeted and nodded. "Fellow Taoists, you're just in time. I was about to warn you guys to watch out. Your group has been targeted by poison sect. How is Xiaoning? I heard that she was poisoned. Ji Qingtian asked. She's fine now. Tang Yu smiled. She's currently asleep. I reckon she'll recover after resting for a couple of days. What about Zimo? Leng Ro suddenly asked. Tang Yu replied, he said that he's going out for a walk. I guess he'll be back soon. Do you guys want to wait here for a while? When they heard that, Ji Qingtian and Leng Ro's expressions changed. The two of them exchanged glances, both could tell of the worry in the other's eyes. What's wrong? Sensing something amiss through their gazes, Tang Yu could not help but ask. Ji Qingtian said deeply with a solemn expression, Zimo has most likely gone to cause trouble for poison sect. Tang Yu was stunned for a brief moment before replying hesitantly, it can't be, right? Sighing gently, Ji Qingtian shook his head. You haven't known Zimo for long, so I guess you don't understand his character too well yet. Although he looks calm and gentle, he has a sharp edge in his bones. If it was anybody else, they might be able to suck it up after considering about poison sect's strength. But, not Zimo. Leng Ro added, furthermore, poison sect targeted Xiaoning. Dragons possessed reverse scales and anyone who touches it will die. Xiaoning was equivalent to Su Zimo's reverse scale. Recalling Su Zimo's attitude before he left, Tang Yu frowned. However, he seemed like he was rather calm and did not have any strong killing intent. How is that possible? Ji Qingtian and Leng Ro shook their heads. Given Su Zimo's personality, there was no way he would let things go, especially after something happened to Xiaoning. Ji Qingtian asked, what did Zimo say to you before leaving? Nothing much. I urged him to calm down and told him that he would only be seeking a moment of pleasure even if he killed a few poison sect cultivators. Not only would it not help, he would even incur poison sect's maniacal revenge. After thinking, Tang Yu continued, furthermore, he even agreed to my viewpoint at that time and said that I was right. Ji Qingtian's expression changed slightly as he took a deep breath of air. There should be no mistake. Zimo has definitely gone to poison sect. Huh? Tang Yu was confused. I'm guessing that Zimo merely said half of what's on his mind. He did not verbally say out the second half. What half? Tang Yu asked subconsciously. You are right, so. I'll go and kill everyone from poison sect. Everyone. Tang Yu's expression changed starkly and her eyes were filled with shock. This fellow Taoist Su is alone. Wouldn't he most likely die by going there? There's bound to be countless hidden weapons and traps at poison sect's residence. Tang Yu was panicked and murmured, fellow Taoist Su is way too reckless. Even though he's indeed strong, poison sect cultivators are extremely sinister in their methods. He hasn't even heard of poison sect's 7 lethals. There's no doubt he'll be disadvantaged. I don't know whether he'll be disadvantaged. Ji Qingtian shook his head. But what I do know is that this is something Su Zimo will definitely do. That's the type of reaction he should have. I'll go back and ask for backups from the 1,000 Crane sect cultivators. Without wasting time, Leng Ro turned to leave. Tang Yu composed herself and said in a deep voice, I'll gather forces right now and try to head to the city's south as soon as possible. I hope I'm not too late. City's south, poison sect. In a spacious hall, the doors were tightly shut. Although it was noon and the sun was scorching outside, there was not much light within the hall and it seemed dark and creepy. In the darkness deep within the hall, a voice sounded from the center. How long has Luong been gone for? The voice was sharp and feminine with a hint of coldness that made one shudder. Senior Brother Du, it's been almost 4 hours. A cultivator appeared and cupped his hands. That's long. The dark feminine voice sounded again, seemingly impatient. From what I know, there are 3 people in the city's north. Apart from Su Xiaoning, there's also Ji Qingtian and Leng Rou. It'll probably take him some time to poison all 3 of them to death. The person who spoke was Wei Qi, a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of Poison Sect. The person hidden in the darkness was the commander of Poison Sect's expedition, 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, Du Kai. Those are just small fries. The person I want to kill is Su Zimo. Du Kai's voice was filled with endless killing intent. Anyone who dares to touch anybody from Poison Sect will have to enjoy the taste of our methods. A short moment later, Du Kai asked again, where did that Su Zimo go to? Why isn't he back to the city yet? Don't worry, senior brother Du his sister is in Xiantian City so he'll definitely be back. Wei Qi replied with certainty. Right then, a commotion could vaguely be heard outside. Du Kai frowned and did not take it to heart. This was the territory of Poison Sect, even super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect wouldn't dare to tread lightly. However, the commotion grew closer before long and there were screams and cries of pain mixed in it. Du Kai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Wei Qi, go and see what's happening outside. Understood. As soon as Wei Qi stood up, there was a loud bang and the ground shook. The entire hall was on the verge of collapse as dust rustled down. Suddenly, the door exploded and countless gravel flew in all directions. Sunlight spilled in, restoring some light in the hall. At the entrance of the hall, under the sunlight, stood a figure that, although wasn't too tall, was filled with a sharp killing intent and a torrential aura. Who is Du Kai? The person's gaze was burning and was even brighter than the scorching sun outside. Chapter 402, Who Can Stop Me? Chapter 402, Who Can Stop Me? In the hall, Wei Qi dodged multiple incoming rocks and looked extremely wretched as he turned his gaze towards the door. When he saw the intruder, he exclaimed in shock, "Ah, it's Su Zimo." Du Kai was initially extremely composed deep in the hall. When he heard that name, his eyes narrowed to a slit and shone with a cold glint as he smirked cruelly. Su Zimo's eyes shifted onto Wei Qi's face and shone brightly with a sharp killing intent. In a flash, he appeared before the latter. It was too fast. Wei Qi merely felt his vision blur and his throat clamp up. He was lifted entirely from the ground with Su Zimo choking his throat. You've seen me before? Su Zimo asked coldly with a razor gaze. Poison Sect had only entered Xiantian City a couple of days ago and during that time, Su Zimo was not in the city, he was on the Saber Mountain. It was normal for Poison Sect to have heard of his name. However, it was strange if someone knew his identity at first glance. With Su Zimo choking him, Wei Qi could barely breathe and looked extremely terrible. His eyes turned bloodshot and bulged out from their sockets as his tongue stuck out. I saw you before, in that cave abode. Wei Qi stuttered with fear in his eyes. He knew extremely well that the person before him was going to snap his throat if he hesitated even slightly. Oh. Su Zimo nodded and understood instantly. There had always been a doubt in his mind. How did Poison Sect that was in the ancient battlefield know about him killing a cultivator of theirs in the Golden Core cave abode? So, there was a second Poison Sect cultivator in the crowd back then. In other words, the final statement made by the Poison Sect cultivator before his death was for this cultivator so as to send a message back to the sect to take revenge for the former. Very well. You can die now. Exerting strength in his palm, Su Zimo crushed Wei Qi's throat and tossed the corpse aside. Right from the beginning, Du Kai sat deep in the hall without moving, watching everything curiously with a mocking gaze. Outside the hall, Poison Sect cultivators from all over the place were starting to gather. Su Zimo, you've got balls. To think that you would dare barge into the territory of Poison Sect. He. Du Kai laughed sinisterly, like a violent ghost in the dark. Poison sect? Su Zimo sneered, I can come and leave as I please. Who can stop me? Ha ha ha. How brazen. Do you really think that you can kill our cultivators just like that? Du Kai burst into laughter and stood up, declaring coldly, Poison sect cultivators are filled with poison from head to toe. You must have a death wish for killing our cultivator with your bare hands. Why don't you take a look at your palm and see if it's starting to turn black? I urge you. Su Zimo raised his palm and Du Kai's voice stopped. His palm was still jade-like white and looked pristine without any traces of poison. Instantly, Du Kai's face darkened. Although the poison coated on Wei Qi's body was not one of the 7 lethals, it was more than enough to kill more than 10 ancient remnant beasts. In fact, even pure-blooded ferocious beasts might be half dead against this poison. However, Su Zimo was completely fine. He was completely unaffected. Du Kai had seen everything clearly, there was no glove or protective equipment on Su Zimo's palm. Even if he racked his brains, he would not have imagined that Su Zimo possessed such terrifying power in his bloodline. The toxic poison that could eliminate ancient remnant beasts was completely washed away by Su Zimo's immensely terrifying bloodline right after entering his body. Everyone else viewed Poison Sect as a great threat, but they were nothing much to Su Zimo. The 7 lethals of Poison Sect were the only things that could threaten him. Du Kai, was it? You don't have to wait for that Poison Sect cultivator to return anymore. He has already died on the long street in the city's north. Striding widely, Su Zimo advanced towards Du Kai. Additionally, my sister's life is in no danger. Sorry to disappoint you. Du Kai's gaze turned cold and suddenly, he stomped his feet just as Su Zimo was closing in. Instantly, a warning flashed through Su Zimo's mind as his legs stumbled, the floor had suddenly sunk in. It was already too late to summon his flying sword by then. With a whoosh, a pair of gigantic spirit wings extended from Su Zimo's back. Although there was nothing beneath his feet, he could soar through the air. Shoo! 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 Swift sounds shot through the air continuously and were extremely soft. Su Zimo might not have heard them if he hadn't cleared his ear orifices. The moment the floor slab beneath his feet sank in, a poison needle as thin as cow's hair shot up from the darkness below. It was the heart-seeking spike, one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals. With his spirit perceptions warning, Su Zimo had already activated his wings a moment earlier and charged towards Du Kai, who was in the depths of the hall. A blue heart-seeking spike brushed by Su Zimo, missing by a bare inch. At the entrance of the hall, many Poison Sect cultivators swarmed in, summoning their spirit weapons one after another. Most of the Poison Sect cultivators were using weapons that were extremely cunning. The only thing they had in common was that they were all coated with poison, reflecting in rainbow colors against the sunlight. In midair, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag. Buzz! 18 supreme-grade flying swords were summoned, buzzing and gleaming with spirit light as they emitted an endless sharpness. Swoosh! 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 Speeding through the air, the 18 flying swords left behind streams of sword chi that shone brightly. It was the candlelight sword formation. Su Zimo did not show any mercy at all. He started off right away with his strongest immortality cultivation killing move, the candlelight sword formation. Even if they did not form a sword formation, the power of 18 supreme-grade flying swords bursting forth together was already sufficiently terrifying, let alone the might of a sword formation. Now that Su Zimo was already at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, the strength of the candlelight sword formation increased as well. Even ordinary 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the killing might of the sword formation. The advantage of Poison Sect cultivators was in their usage of poisons. However, in terms of actual strength, they were similar to cultivators of ordinary sections. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. The moment the sword formation entered the crowd, a gaping hole was formed. The strongest of the poison sect cultivators were only at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. None of them could withstand the rush of the candlelight sword formation as a blood mist formed with broken limbs flying everywhere. Most of the poison sect cultivators had their lives hanging on a thread and could not spare any attention to deal with Su Zimo. While releasing the candlelight sword formation, Su Zimo withdrew a gigantic blood-colored saber from his storage bag that emitted a boundless might. Clang! Clang! The saber quivered, buzzing with a murderous metallic sound. In that instant, Su Zimo had already lunged in front of Du Kai. Swinging blood quencher, he descended from the skies with a loud roar, die. Chapter 403, Life Exchange. Chapter 403, Life Exchange. Du Kai was calm in the face of Su Zimo's ferocious slash. With a flicker in his eyes, he retreated while flicking his sleeves, spreading a purplish-green powder towards the direction that Su Zimo was arriving in. It was one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals, the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. Throughout history, there had been countless geniuses that were much stronger than Poison Sect cultivators of the same level. However, many of them died against the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison as well. Each of the 7 lethals was made by crushing countless corpses and bones and was extremely notorious. Su Zimo was fearless against any other poison. However, he did not dare to be careless against the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. He recalled the saber stance he had learned back in the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea and retracted his saber before slashing out again. Swoosh! The sound of a surging tide gushed forth from Blood Quencher's blade. A massive tsunami and a countercurrent force burst forth, as if a massive wave was about to crush down in a terrifying manner. How is that possible? Finally, Du Kai's expression changed as he exclaimed. While he did not recognize the origin of that saber technique, he could tell that Su Zimo's attack had already surpassed the first mastery level in the way of the saber and was at the level of force. This was a level that most cultivators could not reach even if they spent their entire lives. Even if cultivators could comprehend the force, almost all of them were golden cores. On the one hand, it was because one would achieve indescribable wonders upon forming a core, that was a state of returning to nature and simplifying everything. On the other hand, it was also because forming a golden core was equivalent to breaking free of the shackles of heaven and earth for the first time, allowing a cultivator to gain a lifespan of 500 years. A sufficiently long lifespan also meant that the cultivator would have more time and energy to spend on comprehending the Tao of sabers, thus gaining enlightenment on the state of force. Of course, throughout history, there would always be cultivators in every generation who could manage to gain enlightenment of that level even at Foundation Establishment realm. However, those cultivators were extremely rare and each of them were the top paragons of their respective sections. This Su Zimo that was before Du Kai was a nobody, a mere cultivator who had arrived from a remote place in Tianhuang mainland, and yet he managed to cultivate to that state? Against the countercurrent force, the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison powder was blown away completely and there was not a speck to be found on Su Zimo's body. Du Kai avoided that slash and a look of fear flashed through his eyes. Su Zimo was far scarier than he had imagined. On the other side, Candlelight Sword formation spiraled on and had already sliced more than 100 Poison Sect cultivators into pieces. No one could even last a single round against the sword formation that was charging left and right. The Candlelight Sword formation alone was enough to block the Poison Sect cultivators at the entrance. Although there were some spirit weapons that managed to get through, their impact toward Su Zimo was almost negligible. Du Kai found himself stuck in a situation where he was alone without reinforcements. After realizing the terror of Su Zimo's strength, Du Kai wielded daggers in each hand that shone with a faint green light. Instead of fighting Su Zimo head-on, he was dodging repeatedly and sending out hidden weapons from time to time just to drag things out. On the surface, Su Zimo was the one that was suppressing Du Kai and had the advantage. However, in reality, their fight was extremely treacherous and shuddering. Du Kai had hidden weapons everywhere and he could throw out one of them that was coated with poison with every move. Every single portion of Du Kai's body contained the possibility of a hidden weapon flying. In fact, even his hair could send forth heart-seeking spikes with a single fling, so it was almost impossible to defend against everything. Any other ordinary 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would have died multiple times during this period of time. However, Su Zimo was able to suppress Du Kai by relying on his spirit perception to avoid danger time and again. At the same time, Su Zimo had something else in mind. Although he had memorized the 5 stances of Sea Calming, he was not too familiarized with the moves. Even Countercurrent, which he had managed to gain comprehension of its force, wasn't at a point where he could release it flawlessly. Since it was rare for him to meet with such an opponent, Su Zimo had nothing else on his mind and was thoroughly immersed in practicing his saber technique. Although Sea Calming seemed like it merely consisted of 5 stances, each stance possessed an endless secret to it, and one could even dissect it to 100 or 1,000 different stances. Apart from the final stance that he was still unable to produce, Su Zimo practiced the first 4 stances one after another, becoming increasingly familiar with the saber technique, increasingly sharper and increasingly natural. Du Kai was now Su Zimo's whetstone. In that period of time, the 100-odd poison sect cultivators were mostly done in by the candlelight sword formation, and the remaining cultivators escaped hurriedly. They hid outside the hall, watching from the darks. If Du Kai won, they would enter at the appropriate moment. As such, they wouldn't be considered as deserters and wouldn't receive punishment. However, if Su Zimo won, there was only a single word: escape. As time passed by, Su Zimo's saber technique became increasingly refined, flowing like fluid without any delays. He was no longer as amateurish as before. With that, it became increasingly difficult for Du Kai to defend. Furthermore, what was the difference between Su Zimo and Du Kai's physique? Su Zimo fought fiercer as the battle dragged on and was filled with energy. His bloodline churned within his body, surging faster and faster as the faint sounds of tsunami coupled with the surging tides of his saber technique harmonized with one another. With a pale face, sweat was pouring down from Du Kai's forehead and he was panting. What a sicko! Du Kai cursed internally. There was no way he knew that Su Zimo was merely using him as a whetstone to refine his saber techniques on. He thought that Su Zimo was doing it on purpose to torment him endlessly, trying to wear him down by attrition. How bloody evil! Gritting his teeth, Du Kai's eyes turned cold and his expression was malicious. The look in his eyes was turning more hysterical by the moment. Bloody hell, I'll fight you with everything. He heaved a deep breath of air and suddenly lunged toward Su Zimo, raising both daggers he wielded towards the latter's throat. Spinning horizontally with his saber, Su Zimo slashed against the 2 daggers and used vortex instinctively. A spiral energy burst forth instantly and Du Kai's daggers were sent flying as his palms split apart with blood oozing out. After vortex, Su Zimo slashed in reverse like a ripple on the surface of the ocean. It swiped towards Du Kai's chest in a seemingly gentle motion. Ripple stance. If countercurrent represented might, ripple represented tenderness. Seemingly gentle, it permeated every single pore as the saber force pushed on relentlessly. It was almost impossible for anyone involved in it to escape, and it would eventually kill them. Du Kai could not and did not want to avoid that slash. He was now completely maniacal as he rushed forward with complete disregard towards Su Zimo's blood quencher. His eyes shone with wrath as he yelled, "Kill!" A sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. At that moment, Su Zimo snapped out of his mechanical practice mode instantly. Du Kai's hidden weapon was hidden in his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, a chain of thin blue needles with a nauseating aura shot forth, almost suffocating Su Zimo. It was a killing blow. That was also Du Kai's killing move that was made in exchange with his own life. Although he had the warning from his spirit perception, Su Zimo was immersed in his saber technique practice. By the time he snapped out of it, he was still a bit too late. Chapter 404, Movements. Chapter 404, Movements. The moment Du Kai opened his mouth, heart-seeking spikes as thin as a cow's hair had already arrived before Su Zimo in a cluster. The distance between them was too close. By then, it was already too late for Su Zimo to dodge, let alone use Blood Quencher to defend. Poof! Du Kai's chest was slashed first. The massive wound almost split his body into two as fresh blood gushed. However, as if he couldn't feel any pain, Du Kai's eyes were fervent as he laughed menacingly. Even if I have to die, I'll drag you. Kill. Suddenly, Du Kai's sentence was interrupted by a loud shout and he could no longer continue. A boom sounded in his mind as his ears rang repeatedly, as though he was struck by lightning. The stinging pain was unbearable and his mind went momentarily blank. If there was a mirror that Du Kai could see himself in at this moment, he would find his ears gushing with fresh blood and his eyes ruptured. Thunderclap kill. Su Zimo knew of a sonic secret skill that although couldn't match with the power of his blood chi and spirit arts, could be used instantaneously and produce mystifying effects. Initially, the might of Su Zimo's thunderclap kill would have never been able to get to this stage. However, after clearing his 7 orifices, the strength of his mouth orifice increased exponentially and the might of thunderclap kill evolved to a state where it couldn't be ignored. Furthermore, the two of them were too close together and Du Kai's 7 orifices bled instantly against the shock of Su Zimo's voice. The true terror was still awaiting. Su Zimo had not only used his mouth orifice for that roar, but also the immense power of his 5 organs. The moment he opened his mouth, there was a massive air current. The heart-seeking spikes that were about to strike Su Zimo paused in their tracks and reversed at an even faster speed. Du Kai's pupils constricted as he was blinded by a bright blue light. Poof! 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 The sounds of sharp objects piercing into flesh echoed as the chain of heart-seeking spikes buried themselves into Du Kai's face, disappearing in an instant without any blood at all. Du Kai staggered in retreat. He had barely taken a few steps when his face turned ink-black with blood oozing from the side of his lips. Collapsing stiffly, he died on the spot. Since he was young, Du Kai had been playing with poison and there were countless cultivators who had died against that move of his. However, he had never expected himself to die in the hands of his own ultimate move. Su Zimo's figure descended as well as he heaved a sigh of relief. What happened earlier had given him a shock as well. If he hadn't had a secret skill like Thunderclap Kill, he would have been the one lying on the floor right now. Turning around, Su Zimo smiled coldly at the poison sect cultivators that were watching from outside the hall. In a flash, he charged into the crowd with Blood Quencher. Poison sect had crossed Su Zimo's bottom line by laying their hands on Xiaoning. The moment he stepped into this place, he had no intention of letting anyone off. Ji Qingtian's guess was right, Su Zimo's motive was to exterminate them from the roots. Su Zimo had to remove every single trace of danger from Xiaoning's side. Night Spirit was imperceptibly strong. At the very least, even Su Zimo wouldn't dare to claim that he would be victorious in a life-and-death battle against it. However, he had only entrusted Night Spirit with a single task upon entering the ancient battlefield, to take care of Xiaoning. Even if he was facing immense danger, he did not need Night Spirit to assist him. That fact alone was enough to tell how much Xiaoning mattered to Su Zimo. The massacre continued. Although Su Zimo was alone, the remaining poison sect cultivators had already given up all thoughts of retaliating and scurried hurriedly. Cities East, Glass Palace. Reportee. A glass palace cultivator sprinted the entire way and arrived at a mansion. Greeting the handsome man before him with cupped fists, he said, "Senior Brother Pei, a massive battle has broken out at the city's south in Poison Sect's territory. Somebody witnessed Su Zimo returning to the city early this morning. Not long after, he arrived at the city's south and barged into Poison Sect." "Oh?" Pei Chunyu raised his brow with a slightly curious expression. "Barging into the territory of Poison Sect? How many people did Su Zimo take along with him?" The person replied, "He's alone." "Alone?" Frowning, Pei Chunyu pondered for a moment. He couldn't help but shake his head in light laughter as he remarked in a leisurely manner, "Poison Sect is filled with traps and there are more than 100 cultivators standing guard. There's even Du Kai, that poison man, around. Su Zimo definitely has a death wish for barging into Poison Sect alone. Fufu, if I had known that Su Zimo would be so reckless and dumb, I wouldn't have needed to waste my efforts on him." Pei Chunyu could not help but feel a tinge of regret as he thought about Lu Yun who had yet to return from the hunt of Su Zimo. It was more than 10 days and Lu Yun's radio silence probably represented his doom. The thought of Lu Yun failing and being killed by Su Zimo instead had crossed Pei Chunyu's mind too. However, he felt that Lu Yun was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment after all. In terms of strength, he was the only one above Lu Yun. Given the strength that Su Zimo displayed in that battle on the Long Street, there was no way that person could be a threat to Lu Yun. Pei Chunyu said, "Since we've got nothing on, let's go and watch the show." City's west, Malevolent Earth Sect. In a dark and sinister palace, a Malevolent Earth Sect cultivator knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Su Zimo returned to the city today. Not long after, he barged into Poison Sect alone and created a massacre. The current state of the battle is unknown." The fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, Shuiyang, opened his eyes with a flicker of mockery. "Even the gods can't save somebody that's looking to die. Barging into Poison Sect alone? Fufu." Standing up, Shuiyang remarked darkly, let's go and help him collect his corpse." The long street connecting Xiantian cities north and south. More than 1,000 cultivators of Elixir Yang Sect and 1,000 Crane Sect flew towards the city's south on their flying swords. The dense group attracted countless gazes. That group of cultivators was around half of the sect's strength in the ancient battlefield. Their leaders were Tang Yu of Elixir Yang Sect and Feng Manman of 1,000 Crane Sect. Ji Qingtian and Leng Ro followed behind the two of them with grim expressions silently. In truth, 1,000 Crane Sect did not have to be involved in this. Part of the reason why Feng Manman was able to lead so many cultivators forward was due to the close ties between the two sects and as a favor for Tang Yu. At the same time, it was due to Leng Ro's insistent pleads. Tang Yu was flustered and there was sweat on her forehead. She declared as she rode on her flying sword, "Fellow Taoists, please follow my orders later on. Our priority is to rescue fellow Taoist Su. Let's try our best to avoid fighting the Poison Sect cultivators head-on." "That's right." Feng Manman added, "This is a rescue mission, not a battle." Thereafter, Feng Manman whispered consolingly, "Xiao Yu, don't be worried. Fellow Taoist Su is extraordinarily strong and the heavens will bless him. Perhaps we might be able to make it in time." In truth, Feng Manman no longer bore any hope despite what she said. To her, they would only make it in time to help Su Zimo collect his corpse. "Thank you, Sister Manman," Tang Yu forced a smile and expressed her thanks. In a split second, all the factions in Xiantian City were alerted and moved towards Poison Sect at the city's south one after another. Chapter 405, How Tragic. Chapter 405, How Tragic. In the skies, more than 10 figures rode on their flying swords. Their leader was a handsome man in luxurious robes. With eyes that were crystalline like glass, he exuded a unique aura that attracted everyone's attention. He was none other than the commander for Glass Palace's expedition, Pei Chunyu. Glass Palace's group was about to arrive at Poison Sect at the city's south. At the same time, another group of cultivators rode on their flying swords from the direction opposite of Glass Palace. Wearing black robes, they were none other than Malevolent Earth Sect cultivators. The two major sects were not far from one another and could even see the other through the skies. Reportee. Right then, a Glass Palace cultivator sped over with a frantic expression. His eyes could barely contain his shock as he gulped before struggling to say, "Senior Brother Pei, Poison Sect is no more." "Oh." Pei Chunyu replied and wasn't too bothered. After a slight pause, he frowned and returned to his senses. Gazing at his underling's face, he asked slowly with an increasingly sharp expression, "What did you just say? Repeat yourself?" The other Glass Palace cultivators looked at that person confusedly, thinking that they had heard wrongly. The reporting cultivator chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Poison Sect's faction in the ancient battlefield is gone. Almost all the Poison Sect cultivators were massacred by Su Zimo. The Glass Palace group was shocked. How is that possible? Almost at the same time, Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang felt their hearts skip a beat as they exclaimed. They exchanged glances through the void. There was a Malevolent Earth Sect cultivator standing in front of Shui Yang as well, relaying the same message. Realizing that they had lost their composure, both of them took a deep breath and calmed themselves down. Pei Chunyu gripped his fists tightly and narrowed his eyes, asking with grit teeth, "What about Dukai of Poison Sect? What about their traps? What about the 7 lethals? The 100-odd cultivators of Poison Sect? This." The Glass Palace cultivator paused for a moment before sighing. "They're all gone. They're all gone." Those 3 simple words revealed a hint of exasperation, shock, fear and endless emotions. Poison Sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines. A faction that even Glass Palace wasn't willing to provoke personally was destroyed by that person alone. Everyone present stood dumbfounded on their flying swords in midair with agape mouths. The 3 words lingered in their minds and they couldn't snap out of it. All the Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect cultivators quietened down. In the vast skies, the atmosphere was strangely tense. A moment later, a Glass Palace cultivator could not help but ask warily, "Senior Brother Pei, are we still going to watch the show?" Initially, they were accompanying Pei Chunyu to watch how tragically Su Zimo would die. But now, everyone gave up on that thought upon receiving the news. Pei Chunyu's gaze flickered and his expression was indeterminate. Pondering briefly, Pei Chunyu's eyes shone with immense killing intent as he remarked darkly, "Go. All the more we have to go check things out because of this." At the same time, the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, Shui Yang, made a similar decision on the other side. Both of them thought about the same thing. Poison Sect was one of the 5 heretical doctrines after all and had more than 100 cultivators with 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators among them. Even if Su Zimo managed to exterminate Poison Sect, it must have been an arduous battle. Even if Su Zimo wasn't severely injured right now, he was most likely at his weakest and might even be riddled with poison from head to toe. This was the best time to kill that man. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were Immortal and Fiend sects respectively. Throughout history, Immortals and Fiends have always been on opposing ends and would never join forces in the open. However, at that moment, Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang exchanged glances and had a tacit understanding. "Let's go." Pei Chunyu ordered and sped forth with the Glass Palace cultivators towards Poison Sect at the city's south. On the long street connecting north and south. Speeding with the large group of cultivators, Tang Yu and Feng Man arrived in the vicinity of Poison Sect before long. There was a large crowd of cultivators before them, packed densely and watching keenly. It was unknown what the cultivators saw but their eyes were filled with shock. When Tang Yu's group arrived, a passage was immediately squeezed out for them. Suddenly, a fat and rotund figure charged through the crowd, greeting them with delight. "Senior Brother Ji, Sister Lang. You guys are here too." That was none other than Little Fatty, who had just joined Tomb Sect. Shi Jian, who had just joined Puppet Sect, was at the side as well. The two of them had not changed much during that 10-odd days. Little Fatty seemed like he had grown a little fatter, and Shi Jian still looked foolish as ever. Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect were part of the 5 heretical doctrines and were situated at the city's south to begin with. When something happened to Poison Sect, it was natural that the both of them were the first to arrive. "How's everything inside?" Ji Qingtian asked softly with a grim expression. "Tisk, tsk, tsk." Pouting his lips, Little Fatty laughed with raised brows. "You guys are too late and missed everything. Hee hee. Tragic. It's truly tragic." Ah. When she heard that, Tang Yu's eyes dimmed as she mumbled to herself as if she had lost her soul. "We were still too late? It's my fault. I should have guessed it. I could have stopped you." Tang Yu was flustered and did not notice Little Fatty's expression and tone. However, Ji Qingtian and Leng Ro frowned. In theory, Little Fatty should be more anxious and sadder than anyone else. If something had happened to Su Zimo, why would he be in such a gloating mood? Little Fatty was stunned when he saw Tang Yu's reaction. At the side, Feng Man raised her brow lightly and pulled Tang Yu into her embrace. Glaring at Little Fatty, she chided, "Fatty, shut up." Little Fatty was even more stunned. Was I wrong? Unable to comprehend what was going on, he turned to Shi Jian and asked, "Silly Jian, what's going on?" Shi Jian was puzzled as well as he scratched his head. Looking at Ji Qingtian and the others, he asked in seriousness, "Brother Ji, why did you guys bring so many people along to watch the show? Man, anyone who didn't know better might think that you guys are out for a fight." Ji Qingtian could not help but roll his eyes. "Zimo is fine? Yeah. Alive and hopping," Little Fatty replied. Bouncing from Feng Man's embrace, Tang Yu blinked and asked without wiping the tears from her eyes. But you said that it was tragic?" "Truly tragic. I meant that it was tragic for Poison Sect." Everyone was dumbfounded and froze on the spot, unable to take the facts in for a moment. Right then, a Poison Sect cultivator stained with blood ran in their directions, staggering with a frightful face. Swoosh! He had not gotten far when a cold light flashed behind him. An arrow pierced his back with a swoosh, protruding out from his chest with blood everywhere. The person's eyes dimmed and took a couple more steps forward before collapsing to his death. Everyone turned instinctively towards the direction where the arrow came from. At the entrance of Poison Sect's residence, a green-robed cultivator strode over with a calm expression and a bright gaze. In fact, there weren't even any traces of blood on him as he put away the moon-colored gigantic bow in his hands into his storage bag with a calm expression. At the same time, the Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect groups arrived to witness that scene. Chapter 406, Dishonest. Chapter 406, Dishonest. Arriving in midair, Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang looked down from above to witness Poison Sect in a wretched state with corpses strewn all over the floor. Warm blood flowed everywhere, it was a living hell beneath them. Poison Sect was truly destroyed. How could this be? The same doubt flashed through the both of their minds. In that bloody battle on the long street, the strength that Su Zimo displayed was far from enough to destroy Poison Sect. Could that man have broken through once more and increased his strength significantly in more than 10 days? A look of caution flickered through their eyes. Of course, the most shocking thing for them was Su Zimo's current condition. Steadied breathing and a calm expression, he did not seem like he had just been through a massive battle. This should have been a battle that was tougher and more dangerous than the bloody battle on the long street. However, neither of them could spot any signs of fatigue on Su Zimo's face nor wounds on his body. Was it all a farce while the truth was that he was at the end of the road? Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang glared intently at Su Zimo, wanting to expose his true weakened self. However, a moment later, the two of them gave up. They couldn't read him at all. That man looked to be a frail scholar when he was calm. One could only experience the terrifying strength emitted from his body after he made a move, and it was even fiercer than ancient ferocious beasts. Pei Chunyu took a deep breath of air and turned his gaze towards Tang Yu's group. When he saw their size, he gave up on his idea. No matter what Su Zimo's current condition was, it would be difficult for him to attempt to kill Su Zimo at this moment. Of course, that did not mean that Glass Palace was afraid of Elixir Yang's sect. In a head-on battle, the strength of the four unorthodox groups would never match the Immortal and Fiend sects as well as the Buddhist monasteries. Right now, the Elixir Pool sect ruins had yet to appear and they hadn't seen any treasures yet. There was no need for him to fight anyone to the death since outsiders could seize the opportunity to take advantage of them while they were weak. Subtly, Pei Chunyu turned to leave with his group from Glass Palace. On the other side, the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect, Shui Yang, made the same decision expressionlessly and returned to the city's west. In reality, Su Zimo's appearance was truly not faked. After attaining lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, the bit of strength he had expended was nothing to him. The battle had turned into a one-sided massacre after Du Kai's death. Making use of his movement technique, speed and ethereal wings, Su Zimo killed brashly and no one could hold out a single round against him. For some of the cultivators that escaped further, Su Zimo hunted them down with the moon concealment bow. In this battle, more than 100 poison sect cultivators were completely annihilated with no survivors. Little Fatty, Shijian and the others took it relatively well. However, Feng Man, Thousand Cranes sect and Elixir Yang sect were completely stunned as they froze on the spot. Earlier on, Tang Yu was reminding them repeatedly that after entering the battlefield, their priority was rescue instead of fighting. However, their plans could not catch up to the changes. By the time they arrived, they didn't even have the chance even if they wanted to fight poison sect cultivators. Although Tang Yu had high regards for Su Zimo's strength, she could not believe that he could overwhelm poison sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines, single-handedly. Su Zimo strode over leisurely and arrived before Tang Yu and the others, smiling gently. "I've caused you guys worries. I'm fine." In that short period of time, Tang Yu went through a roller coaster of emotions. Initially, she was only worried about Su Zimo. After seeing that he was fine, she felt like a load was lifted off her shoulders. Right after, she felt indignant as she looked at him in a huff, revealing a hint of a maiden's attitude that was extremely charming. Tang Yu merely felt that the person before her was extremely horrible to create empty worries for her, causing her to lose her composure time and again. Why you? Didn't you say that you were merely going out for a walk?" Initially, Tang Yu wanted to give Su Zimo a good lecture. However, when she saw the latter's smile, her words sounded like the grumble of a cute couple at odds. Feng Man eyed Tang Yu strangely. The two of them had known one another for many years, but she had never seen Tang Yu take that tone with anyone else. Su Zimo replied, "I did walk around the city, but I ended up here somehow. The more I thought about your words, the more I felt that they made sense, so I went ahead and destroyed Poison Sect." Everyone looked at Tang Yu in surprise and could not contain their shock. Su Zimo's reply made everyone assume subconsciously that Poison Sect was destroyed because of what Tang Yu said. With a stunned expression, Tang Yu asked, "What did I say?" "You told me that killing a few Poison Sect cultivators was useless and would even make me a target for them to take revenge on. So, you decided to destroy Poison Sect instead?" "Yes." Tang Yu's frowned tightly and nearly exploded on the spot. "What I meant was for you to not provoke Poison Sect. But you went ahead and destroyed them instead. Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu composed herself. She had lost her composure multiple times in less than 2 hours. She must not continue communicating with that person before her in the same manner. Turning around, she looked towards Feng Man at the side and said apologetically, "Sister Man, I'm sorry. I've caused you to make a wasted trip. It's fine." Feng Man smiled and swept away a few strands of hair covering her forehead flirtatiously before remarking meaningfully, "I've only found out about young Master Su's strength today. You've really got good judgment, Xiao Yu." By now, Tang Yu had already composed herself as she smiled in return. "Let's head back to the city's north." Along the way, Tang Yu suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Right, I didn't have time to ask. Did you manage to gain anything from your trip to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, fellow Daoist Su?" Feng Man and the others turned as well toward Su Zimo. "I did." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Hearing Su Zimo's ambiguous reply, Tang Yu knew that he didn't manage to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance. Furthermore, nobody thought that anybody could obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance since there was already the impression of someone else doing so. If it was any other time, Tang Yu wouldn't have continued pressing on lest Su Zimo looked bad. However, for some reason, she wanted to see him embarrassed today. With a teasing glance, she continued asking, "So, what did you manage to gain? Could you have perhaps gotten the Saber Emperor's inheritance?" Her way of asking was extremely obvious. "That's right." Su Zimo continued smiling and replied naturally, as though it was real. When she heard that, Feng Man pouted and thought to herself, although this man is capable, he's dishonest and wants to put on appearances. Tang Yu pursed her lips and smiled before shaking her head without asking anything more. When everyone was about to arrive at the city's north, a cultivator sped over from outside the city gates, yelling the moment he entered the city, "Big news! After 1,000 years, somebody managed to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance again. The Saber Mountain collapsed and the Spirit Sea dried up. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea has vanished from the ancient battlefield completely." Suddenly, Tang Yu's group slowed down and turned quiet. Chapter 407, Fog Valley. Chapter 407, Fog Valley. That piece of news was enough to stir up the entire ancient battlefield. In fact, it would cause a stir in the cultivation world as well after they left the ancient battlefield. Theoretically, everyone should start to discuss and wonder about who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance thereafter. However, at that moment, everyone went silent. That was because someone among them had just admitted to obtaining the Saber Emperor's inheritance. If both events had happened separately with some time in between, no one would have connected the dots. But now that someone had just admitted to it, the news spread to the city. Everyone looked toward Su Zimo instinctively with strange expressions. Was it for real? It was a fleeting thought as everyone denied it internally right after. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was formed in the ancient era. Since then, countless geniuses had attempted and yet, only a single person had managed to pass the test and obtain the inheritance. It was obvious how difficult it was. It was not ridiculous to call the Fiend Sect cultivator 1,000 years ago a peerless paragon. Could a peerless paragon exist among their midst as well? It was a mysterious and surreal feeling. "Everyone, I'll go check on Xiaoning." Right then, Su Zimo spoke and bid farewell with cupped fists before floating off. After Su Zimo was far away, Feng Man suddenly asked, "Xiao Yu, do you think that he was speaking the truth?" "I have no idea as well." Tang Yu chuckled bitterly and shook her head. For the next period of time, news of Poison Sect being destroyed was taken over completely by the news of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea vanishing. Nearly everyone in Xiantian City was discussing who the cultivator who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance was. While everyone had different sayings and guesses, none of them had an accurate answer. Among them, there were people who said that a green-robed cultivator obtained the inheritance. That saying did not mean anything much to outsiders. However, Tang Yu and the others thought of Su Zimo instantly the moment they heard that. However, Su Zimo had been in seclusion during this period of time and Tang Yu did not have the chance to verify the facts. As time passed by, the atmosphere in Xiantian City became more tense. Recently, many foreign faces appeared in the city and they possessed extraordinary strength. The seal of Elixir Pool's sect was about to disperse. Previously, things were relatively fine between the major factions in Xiantian City. However, once the seal was dispelled and treasures revealed themselves, it would definitely bring about an apocalyptic and bloody battle royale. This day, an Elixir Yang sect disciple knocked on Su Zimo's door, requesting for him to gather at the front hall. Su Zimo sat in a lotus position on his bed with blood quencher placed horizontally before him. Letting out a deep breath, he opened his eyes that shone clear as water with a calm expression. He knew that Tang Yu would not disturb him unless necessary. Now that they were knocking on his door, it was most likely because something big was happening at the Elixir Pool sect ruins. Descending to the ground, Su Zimo followed the Elixir Yang sect disciple and arrived at the front hall before long. The front hall was already filled with people by now. At a single glance, there were close to 1,000 people. Su Zimo finally understood what was meant by a major sect. Before entering the ancient battlefield, the Emperor of Great Zhou mentioned that the Great Zhou dynasty's strength was enough to teleport 50 cultivators at most. However, some of Tianhuang mainland's top factions could send hundreds to thousands of cultivators into the ancient battlefield. As one of the 4 unorthodox groups, although Elixir Yang sect wasn't specialized in combat, their sect had strong foundations and mighty figures to support them, that was why they could send more than 1,000 cultivators in. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Tang Yu nodded in greeting when she saw Su Zimo enter. Unlike his ordinary self, Uncle Liang who was behind Tang Yu took the initiative to smile at Su Zimo as well. Ji Qingtian and Xiaoning had arrived long ago. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a hostile intent and could not help but frown. Turning around, he glared over without being subtle. It was Yan Jun. 10 days ago, Yan Jun fainted after receiving a slap from Su Zimo. In reality, Yan Jun was not severely injured because Su Zimo showed mercy. Thanks to the miraculous elixirs of Elixir Yang sect, Yan Jun recovered within a couple of days. When he saw Su Zimo looking in his direction, Yan Jun turned away hurriedly and avoided the former's gaze, looking somewhat shifty and fearful. Everyone. Right then, Tang Yu's voice sounded and the chatter in the crowd softened gradually to silence. Tang Yu said in a deep voice, "In at most 2 days, the seal of Elixir Pool sect will be dispelled entirely. At that time, a cruel battle awaits everyone. Please be prepared." Elixir Pool sect is located in a valley 5 kilometers south of Xiantian City. Due to its terrain, the valley is covered in fog that cannot be dispersed throughout the year and visibility is extremely low. That is also the reason why the Elixir Pool sect ruins haven't been discovered till now. These were extremely valuable news and everyone listened attentively. The dispelling of the Elixir Pool sect's ruined seal does not mean that we can have a smooth journey and arrive safely. According to the scouting of a few junior brothers, the valley is home to many pure-blooded ferocious beasts, ancient remnant beasts and extinct ancient lifeforms with terrifying strength. The lifespan of demon beasts is much longer than that of humans. These pure-blooded ferocious beasts have not been able to form inner cores due to the rules of the ancient battlefield. However, their strengths are at the peak of foundation establishment and they are extremely terrifying. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Through those simple statements, he could tell how dangerous it was and that the situation was not to be underestimated. First, although they had the advantage in numbers with close to 1,000 cultivators, they could not compare with the pure-blooded ferocious beasts and ancient lifeforms that have resided and reproduced in the ancient battlefield for countless years. Second, this place was deep in the ancient battlefield. Pure-blooded ferocious beasts aside, even the most ordinary ancient lifeforms possessed terrifying strength. Third, environment. The environment was extremely unfavorable for them. The intelligence of those pure-blooded ferocious beasts was not inferior to humans. The reason why they rarely attacked the city was because they knew that the humans had the terrain advantage and they couldn't win. However, the situation was reversed this time round. The demon beasts had the terrain advantage. All the factions had limited knowledge about the valley and did not know much about the terrain within. However, these demon beasts that had lived inside for countless years knew everything. Apart from that, there was an even scarier reality: night. Tang Yu said, with the fog surrounding the valley, our vision is reduced and it's hard for us to fight at maximum strength. When night arrives, our vision of sight will be further reduced. At that time, if we're surrounded by pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Tang Yu did not go on, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. After a brief pause, Tang Yu continued, that is why we have to enter the territory of the Elixir Pool sect ruins before the first night. Once night falls, we will sleep in the valley forever without being able to see the light of the second day. Chapter 408, Sealer. Chapter 408, Sealer. The test of the ancient battlefield was finally about to arrive. It was easy for one to cultivate in reclusive seclusion within Xiantian City and tide through the year. However, the cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield were all geniuses of the younger generation of their respective sects. Each of them had their ambitions. They did not enter the ancient battlefield to cultivate, they did it to gain opportunities, treasures and many long-lost secret cultivation techniques. Back in the glorious period of the ancient era, Elixir Pool sect was also a renowned super sect. A sect as such was buried by the sands of time, sealed through eternity, and was only seeing the day of light again now. Within, there were bound to be countless treasures and opportunities awaiting everyone. Everyone, all the major factions of Xiantian City will be gathered this time round, including sects like Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. There will definitely be a bloody battle when the time comes. Tang Yu said solemnly with a stern expression, Elixir Yang sect can give up on other treasures if the situation seems bad. However, we must fight and get our hands on Elixir Pool sect's recipes. Most of those recipes may have already been lost through the times. Once they appeared, they would definitely cause a huge stir within Tianhuang mainland and Elixir Yang sect status would naturally rise. Everyone, go back and wait. Get ready and prepare to set off at any moment. After Tang Yu finished speaking, many cultivators dispersed and returned to their rooms. Fellow Daoist Su, fellow Daoist Ji, please wait up. Tang Yu held back Su Zimo and Ji Chengtian and they took their seats after everyone left. Have you guys heard of the sealer? Tang Yu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Su Zimo and Ji Chengtian were slightly stunned, exchanging gazes before shaking their heads. Their understanding of the ancient battlefield was far inferior to these disciples of super sections. Tang Yu had expected that and wasn't surprised. If Su Zimo hadn't even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, it was only logical that he wouldn't know about sealers. Tang Yu explained, apart from geniuses at Foundation Establishment Realm, some major sects of Tianhuang mainland will teleport golden cores here as well. What? Su Zimo and Ji Chengtian were shocked. Su Zimo had heard from Demonist Ji that the ancient battlefield was a separate dimension of its own, formed by fragments left behind by an apocalyptic war back in the ancient era. There were elementary, intermediate and advanced ancient battlefields. Right now, they were in the elementary ancient battlefield. The three grades of the ancient battlefields were decided based on their relative stabilities. The elementary ancient battlefield was the most unstable. If the energy fluctuation is too great, it would cause a dimensional tear, devouring the cultivator entirely and releasing him into the voids to be shredded by the void currents. After countless years of testing, the breaking point was decided at the Golden Core realm. As long as the cultivators were below the Golden Core realm, they would not cause a dimensional tear. As for the dimension of the intermediate ancient battlefield, it was stabler and golden cores can enter and attack freely within it. A dimensional tear would not be caused as long as their cultivation realms were lower than nascent soul. As a world of its own, the ancient battlefield possessed self-preservation instincts and could reject cultivators with power beyond the breaking point. Take the elementary ancient battlefield for example, golden cores had no way of entering it. It was more like a rule that could not be defied. But now, Tang Yu's statement had overthrown Su Zimo's previous understanding. Tang Yu explained, some of the major sects with strong foundations and had been around for ages have mighty figures among them with supreme methods. These people can secretly seal a golden core's cultivation temporarily and send them into the ancient battlefield. These golden cores are referred to as sealers. Su Zimo and Ji Qingtian's eyes were filled with shock when they heard that. Methods that could defy a world's rules were truly supreme. However, Ji Qingtian was puzzled right after and asked with a frown, even if they are able to send sealers in secretly, these people would only be able to exert the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. What's the point of spending so much effort? Without replying, Tang Yu smiled and looked at Su Zimo in a testing manner. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he said slowly, more so to intimidate. When he heard that, Uncle Liang nodded to himself with a look of admiration in his eyes. That's right. Tang Yu replied, sealers are not limited to the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, they are golden cores and can release the full strength of a golden core as well. However, the price for that would be for them to be swallowed by the dimensional tear and die on the spot. Therefore, most of the time, sealers are only there to intimidate others and they will not release the strength of a golden core unless absolutely necessary. Ji Qingtian asked, how do we distinguish sealers then? Tang Yu did not reply and looked toward Su Zimo with a pursed smile, clearly, she still wanted to test him. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that night back in the Great Zhou dynasty. Sealers should be elderly golden cores in their twilight years coming to an end of their lifespans. Under normal circumstances, sealers would not release their strength as a golden core in the ancient battlefield. Once they did, it would mean death for them. Only golden cores at the end of their lifespans would agree to entering with the risk of dying at any moment. That night, back in the Great Zhou dynasty, the reason why those two golden cores disregarded the imperial notice and tried to assassinate Su Zimo despite knowing that they would die was because they were at the end of their lives without many years to live anyways. Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo with her mouth agape in shock, she had not expected him to reveal one of the secrets behind it with just a single sentence. Su Zimo continued, since sealers are there to intimidate, they should be by the side of the respective sects commanders to protect them as well. With that said, he turned to look at Uncle Liang who was behind Tang Yu, smiling gently. Uncle Liang, you're a sealer, right? Huh, bravo. Uncle Liang stroked his beard and laughed while praising. In reality, Su Zimo had deduced Uncle Liang's identity long ago. Normally, those who entered the ancient battlefield were all young geniuses. It was truly strange for an elderly man with white hair such as Uncle Liang to appear in the ancient battlefield. Tang Yu continued, since sealers are old with failing physique and weak stamina, they rarely fight even without using the strength of a golden core. Pondering for a moment, Ji Qingtian asked again, if that's the case, why don't you send more sealers? That amount of strength should be enough to sweep through the ancient battlefield. It won't. Tang Yu shook her head. First, there aren't many golden cores in their twilight years. Second, sending a sealer has already disrupted the balance of the ancient battlefield. If the golden cores truly wage war and cause multiple dimensional tears, the world would be even more unstable and might even be destroyed. The result of a destroyed dimension would be for all beings in it, regardless of whether they were alive, to be reduced to dust and returned to chaos. In order to prevent the ancient battlefield from being destroyed, the major sects had an agreement that they would only send a single sealer in each time. After a slight pause, Tang Yu turned to Su Zimo. What I want to remind you is that Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang each have a sealer by their sides as well. Chapter 409, Entering the Valley. Chapter 409, Entering the Valley. Tang Yu knew that Su Zimo wanted to fight for the perfect meridian unlocking elixir. However, Pei Chunyu and the others were bound to fight for a perfect meridian unlocking elixir as well. At that time, a massive battle would break out and Su Zimo's enemies were not only Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang, but their sealers as well. It was obvious that Tang Yu was implying for Su Zimo to back off. Su Zimo's current strength was enough for him to go against Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang. However, even without using their strength as golden cores, sealers were equivalent to 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators just by releasing the strength at peak Foundation Establishment. That was more than enough to suppress Su Zimo. No matter what, Su Zimo did not stand a chance at all. If he persisted and enraged the sealers, causing them to release their strength as golden cores, Su Zimo was bound to die. Su Zimo smiled but did not comment. No matter what, he had to get his hands on a perfect meridian unlocking elixir. This concerned his future accomplishments and no one could stand in his way. After a brief moment, Tang Yu added, "Right, there's one more thing. The trip to the Elixir Pool sect ruins is extremely dangerous and we don't know what's going to happen. How about letting Xiaoning stay in Xiantian City? It might be safer for her." To Tang Yu, Xiaoning was merely at late-stage Foundation establishment and wouldn't be of much help even if she followed them to the Elixir Pool sect ruins. "It's fine, let her come along." Su Zimo shook his head. "Don't worry, Xiaoning won't be a burden for you guys with Night Spirit protecting her. Normally, it would indeed be much safer for Xiaoning to stay in Xiantian City." However, Su Zimo decided to take Xiaoning along with him after taking into account that mysterious elixir furnace she had in her possession. Su Zimo believed that given his and Night Spirit's strength, he would be able to ensure Xiaoning's safety no matter how dangerous it was. After chatting a little more, they dispersed and waited for news of the Elixir Pool sect ruins. A day later, after 5 p.m., nearing dusk. 5 kilometers away from the south of Xiantian City, a violent quake happened as beams of light shot into the skies before disappearing. The seal of Elixir Pool sect had dispersed. Many cultivators came out of seclusion in Xiantian City and countless figures soared into the skies, heading towards the valley 5 kilometers to the south on their flying swords. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Tomb Sect, Puppet Sect and various other sects made their moves and in the blink of an eye, the entire Xiantian City was in an uproar. Because Su Zimo and the others were prepared, they assembled at the front hall swiftly the moment they saw the phenomenon. Tang Yu gazed up at the skies with a dark expression and worry in her eyes. Su Zimo knew what was on her mind. Right now, it was evening and there were only 2 hours left till night. It was relatively dangerous for them to barge into the valley right now. If they did not manage to pass the defenses of the ferocious beasts and arrive at the Elixir Pool sect ruins before nightfall, all of them might end up dying in the valley. However, if they were to stay here and another sect broke through the ferocious beasts and arrived first, all the treasures inside Elixir Pool sect were bound to be wiped clean. "Junior sister, let's go. Glass Palace and the other sects have already set off. We'll be too late if we don't move," Yan Jun urged at the side. Sighing internally, Tang Yu waved her hand. "Let's go." Everyone rode on their flying swords and sped towards the south. Among the crowd, Yan Jun glanced at Su Zimo with a killing intent flickering briefly past his eyes. Su Zimo sensed it the moment it appeared. Although he did not turn back, his expression was cold as he slowed down and came to Yan Jun's side. Without even looking at him, Su Zimo remarked indifferently, a word of advice, it's best if you don't harbor any designs on me. At that moment, Yan Jun felt as though his heart was being grabbed by someone and had stopped beating. How did he realize it? His expression was frightfully pale as sweat poured down his forehead. He could not understand how he was found out when he had merely glanced at Su Zimo once with a fleeting killing intent. Yan Jun's legs were trembling slightly. He tried to control them but he could not do so. Taking a deep breath of air, he pretended to be calm as he faked a laugh at Su Zimo. Fellow Daoist, who are you talking to? I merely knocked you out with that slap from before, but the next time, your head will explode. After a slight pause, Su Zimo continued, oh, right. This is not a threat. It's just a reminder. Without looking at him still, Su Zimo sped up after that statement and returned to the front of the group. In that short dozens of seconds, Yan Jun felt as though he had been through dozens of years. It was as if he had passed through hell's gates and was now drenched with sweat, shivering when the wind blew at him. Burying his head deeply, Yan Jun no longer dared to look at Su Zimo. At that moment, his expression was menacing and his eyes were hysterical. From the bottom of his heart, he howled internally, Su Zimo, you embarrassed me thoroughly in front of everyone back then. Today, you're even threatening me. I'll make sure the Fog Valley will be your burial ground. The group rode on their flying swords and could see the massive fog shrouding the valley from afar. Gray and hazy, it rolled in an illusory manner. Surrounding the valley, the fog was like a wild beast in a hazy night, opening its bloody mouth and waiting to enjoy a feast. Given their speed, they covered the distance of 5 kilometers extremely quickly. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect and many other sects were at the valley's entrance, arriving not long ago as well. Outside the crowd, there were some itinerant cultivators waiting for an opportunity, wanting to mix in with the crowd after the major sects entered and lured away the attention of the ferocious beasts. Xiao Yu, you've arrived. Feng Man of Thousand Cranes sect walked over and greeted with a nod. Su Zimo could clearly tell that Feng Man was not relaxed either. The two of them discussed for a while and Tang Yu stood out. She cupped her fists in the direction of Glass Palace and asked loudly, fellow Daoist Pei, it's already late and night will arrive in less than 2 hours. It's way too dangerous for us to enter the valley now. Why don't we return to the city to rest and set out tomorrow morning to enter the valley, what do you think? In reality, her words struck a common chord with many cultivators. The valley was extremely huge and nobody knew the exact location of Elixir Pool sect. If they did not manage to find the Elixir Pool sect ruins before nightfall, many lives would be lost. However, everyone had already arrived here and were worried that someone else might seize the opportunity before them if they were to leave. Raising his chin slightly, Pei Chunyu replied, I don't have much objections towards your suggestion, fellow Daoist. However, Pei Chunyu did not continue but he looked towards Malevolent Earth Sect. The fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, Shuiyang, sneered, don't come to the valley if you're afraid of death. Return to Xiantian City obediently and you're guaranteed to be snug and safe for a year. Rubbish. How can a small valley stop the great ambitions of Glass Palace? Many Glass Palace disciples shouted. Smirking coldly, Shuiyang waved his hand and declared, follow me into the valley. Before his sentence was completed, Shuiyang took the first step and led the Malevolent Earth Sect group forward and disappeared into the fog. There's naturally no way Glass Palace would want to fall behind as Pei Chunyu ordered, into the valley. The actions of the two sects affected all the factions that were hesitating outside the valley. Various sects took action at the same time and gushed inside. Chapter 410, Ancient Blood Mosquito. Chapter 410, Ancient Blood Mosquito. Greed often causes one to lose their rationality. At that moment, all the cultivators rushing into the valley were fervent with burning gazes. The only thing left in their eyes were the treasures of Elixir Pool sect, they had instinctively forgotten about the latent dangers in the valley. None of them wanted to be left behind. Elixir Yang's sect did not make a move still. Standing at the front, Tang Yu frowned with a hesitant expression. Her decision affected the lives of more than 1,000 cultivators behind her. Night will descend entirely in less than 2 hours. At that time, under the foggy night, each of them would experience weakened senses. However, the ancient lifeforms, remnant beasts and ferocious beasts wouldn't be affected much by the environment. Young master, let's hurry and enter the valley. Stop hesitating. If they find the Elixir Pool sect ruins first, the treasures are going to be wiped clean. By then, we'll have to return empty-handed. That's right. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect have already entered. All of us cultivators add up to thousands in total. Do you think that we'll lose to the animals? When he heard that, Su Zimo scoffed internally and shook his head. Even if they had hundreds of thousands of cultivators, they wouldn't be able to compete against the number of demon beasts that lived and reproduced here, let alone the thousands of them. Be it in terms of timing or environment, they had no advantage. After a moment, Tang Yu finally relented against the chatter of the cultivators behind her. With exasperation in her heart, she waved her hand. Let's go. Into the valley. Elixir Yang's sect was the final group to enter the valley. According to the original plan, the 1,000-odd Elixir Yang's sect cultivators were supposed to form a cone-shaped formation. Those with the weakest combat strength such as Su Xiaoning and some other elixir refinement masters would be in the middle of the formation. The outer perimeter of the formation would be formed with the Battle Hall cultivators. The topmost and sharpest end of the cone formation would be formed with Su Zimo, Ji Qingtian and Yen Jun. Su Zimo was in the middle and Ji Qingtian and Yen Jun were slightly behind him, supporting from both sides. The moment they entered the valley, Su Zimo summoned 18 supreme-grade flying swords that hovered around him, ready to strike at any moment. The visibility is so low. That's right. I can only see 100 feet or so. Many cultivators started discussing in hushed whispers after entering. Ji Qingtian was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Gazing around, he nodded. I can only see 100-odd feet around me at most. What about you, Zimo? Around the same. Su Zimo replied ambiguously. In reality, after clearing his 7 orifices, Su Zimo's vision was extremely powerful. Even in the fog, he could see things thousands of feet away. If the fog before him had a very small effect on demonic beasts, it was equivalent to not affecting Su Zimo at all. Many cultivators groped and proceeded forward. Not long after, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed in the valley, mixed with heartbreaking cries. The sounds were frightening and unsettling. Has someone already encountered a ferocious beast? Probably. Some cultivators discussed softly among the crowd. With the obstruction to their vision and the continuous howls of beasts in the valley, everyone's excitement gradually died down and they started feeling restless. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Everyone, watch out. There's a large number of ancient blood mosquitoes around. Everyone was shocked. Blood mosquitoes were one of the most common spirit beasts in Tianhuang mainland. They were around the size of a fist and loved sucking the blood of other living beings, humans included. While blood mosquitoes were weak, ancient blood mosquitoes were much more terrifying. Ancient blood mosquitoes were lifeforms of the ancient era and were long extinct in Tianhuang mainland. Massive in size, they were larger than humans and their wings would buzz loudly when they flapped. While their bodies were relatively fragile, the mouthpart that they used to suck the blood of other living beings was their killing weapon and was extremely frightening. Long, thin, sharp and indestructible, their mouthparts could penetrate the flesh of other living beings with ease and they could suck an ordinary living being dry within 10 seconds. What was even more terrifying was that ancient blood mosquitoes lived in swarms. When ancient blood mosquitoes hunted for food, they would swarm over with the skies covered. Even ancient remnant beasts wouldn't be able to escape them and would turn into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. The color drained from everyone's faces as the mention of ancient blood mosquitoes. If they encountered the ancient blood mosquitoes, even escaping with half the crew alive would already be the best-case scenario. However, everyone could not help but feel doubt when they did not see signs of the ancient blood mosquitoes even after a while. What ancient blood mosquitoes? Bloody hell. It was just a false alarm. What's up with this person? You can't joke casually about such things. The cultivators could not help but grumble. At the side, Yen Jun crossed his arms and watched the show gloatingly. Tang Yu frowned slightly, she knew that Su Zimo would not joke around. However, when she saw that there was still nothing around them after a while, she could not help but head forward and ask, "Fellow Daoist Su, are there truly ancient blood mosquitoes?" "Of course." Su Zimo nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of wings flapping could be heard clearly. Pust. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. This time round, none of them doubted Su Zimo's words. However, none of them could understand how he managed to discover the ancient blood mosquitoes so early. Tang Yu squinted her eyes and her gaze flickered as her thoughts raced. The ancient blood mosquitoes had flown at least a few thousand feet from the time Su Zimo gave his warning until now. Could it be that Su Zimo had spotted the ancient blood mosquitoes from more than a few thousand feet away? The thought of that possibility gave Tang Yu a shock. There was no time to think as a swarm of ancient blood mosquitoes appeared before them. In fact, Tang Yu could make out the bloodshot eyes and the thin long mouthparts that were stained with blood of the ancient blood mosquitoes. Many of them could not hold it any longer as they roared and summoned their spirit weapons, attacking the dense swarm of ancient blood mosquitoes. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant spirit light shone in the fog and sword chi filled the place. Clang! 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 The flying swords of many cultivators pierced through the air. The ancient blood mosquitoes lightly shook their mouthparts and collided with the flying sword, causing the sound of metal clashing to ring out. Many flying swords were repelled, returning empty-handed. The distance between them shortened once more. The attacks of the flying swords could not break the defenses of the ancient blood mosquitoes. The cultivators were flustered as they hurriedly summoned spirit talismans and released spirit arts, temporarily stopping the ancient blood mosquitoes in their tracks. However, they had a limited number of talismans and they could not release spirit arts continuously either as they required a huge consumption of spirit energy. After withstanding the first wave of attacks from the ancient blood mosquitoes, they still had to use their flying swords to defend. Poof! 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 Right then, in the void at the most front, ancient blood mosquitoes were sliced apart by flying swords and fell to the ground one after another. Tang Yu looked over and found Su Zimo controlling the 18 supreme-grade flying swords. Without even condensing a sword formation, he was causing massive damage to the ancient blood mosquito swarm. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded, "Don't let the ancient blood mosquitoes get close. Their mouthparts are extremely lethal, indestructible and can go against flying swords. Everyone, there's no need to fight them head-on. Use the agility of your flying swords to wrap around or behind them and you can kill them with ease." Upon hearing those words, everyone was invigorated and attacked as per his advice. Indeed, it was a huge success and countless ancient blood mosquitoes fell, staining the skies red with blood. Chapter 411, Ground Dragon. Chapter 411, Ground Dragon. There were too many ancient blood mosquitoes as they filled the skies and swarmed over like locusts. Even though they knew the weakness of the ancient blood mosquitoes, it was inevitable for them to have openings in their defense, allowing the ancient blood mosquitoes to close in. Those blood-stained, thin and long mouthparts were extremely sharp. Once a cultivator was pierced by them, bloody holes would be formed and they would be sucked dry in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton. Initially, cultivators died as the group continued ahead, causing gaps in the formation. Under Tang Yu's lead, the group gathered even more closely and tightly, covering the gaps so that the formation wouldn't be destroyed and torn apart. Although they were similarly at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, Su Zimo's spirit energy was much richer than the Battle Hall cultivators of Elixir Yang's sect and was comparable to that of a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with his supreme-grade flying swords and ethereal sword, Su Zimo's 18 flying swords created an immense amount of damage ahead and were unbeatable. No ancient blood mosquito could reach him as blood mists appeared continuously ahead along with the tragic cries of the former. With Su Zimo taking over most of the attacks, the pressure on Ji Qingtian and Yan Jun lessened significantly and the group continued pushing forward. Even without turning back to look, Su Zimo could sense cultivators falling to the ground repeatedly, unable to get up. In that fog valley, one was as good as dead if they suffered serious injuries. Since those cultivators chose to enter the valley in pursuit of Elixir Pool Sect's treasures, they had to accept the dangers they were currently facing. Su Zimo was not a saint and did not have the energy or will to save everyone. All he could do was ensure that the front of the formation was preserved as much as possible and lead the group through the obstacles ahead. An hour later, the group of them broke out from the encirclement of the ancient blood mosquitoes. The surrounding ancient blood mosquitoes were gradually minced by the flying swords and fell. Everyone, take a rest and treat your wounds. Use elixirs to recover your energy. Tang Yu declared with a heave of relief after breaking out from the ancient blood mosquitoes. Su Zimo frowned and did not comment when he heard her decision. The cultivators stopped in their tracks and started bandaging their wounds while consuming elixirs, panting heavily with pale faces. Everyone looked toward Su Zimo at the front with complicated expressions. Previously, none of them could understand why Tang Yu was willing to offend the 4 mounted bandits just to recruit Su Zimo. But now, all of them realized how terrifying Su Zimo was. After that battle, he was calm and composed as usual. Compared to them, he was worlds apart. People like Tang Yu and Uncle Liang understood everything even better. If Su Zimo had not paved the bloody path in front of them, they would have lost at least half of their group of cultivators. But now, they had only lost slightly more than 100 cultivators after breaking free from the ancient blood mosquitoes. Not long after, when Su Zimo saw that everyone had consumed elixirs and treated their wounds, he came before Tang Yu and said softly, "Let's hurry and leave. This is not a good place to linger." There was less than an hour before nightfall. Time was extremely pressing for the group from Elixir Yang's sect. The longer they lingered in the valley, the more danger they would face. Furthermore, what they faced earlier was just a group of ancient blood mosquitoes. There were many remnant and variant beasts that had yet to appear. Su Zimo had a feeling that pure-blooded ferocious beasts would definitely appear once night fell. At that time, the valley would be a nightmare for all the sects and cultivators. Tang Yu nodded. Just as she was about to speak, Yan Jun sneered, "Su Zimo, you have a strong physique and can continue on the road. However, you've got to consider the feelings of others." His voice was very loud, as if he was intentionally speaking to others. Many cultivators looked toward Su Zimo with displeasure upon hearing that. Tang Yu hesitated when she caught sight of their expressions. Loudly, Yan Jun declared, "Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. Resting a little more won't make a difference." Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything more. Suddenly, he sensed something and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Spinning around, he looked towards the back of the formation. "What's wrong?" Tang Yu asked hurriedly when she saw Su Zimo's strange expression. Before she finished speaking, the ground at the back of the cone-shaped formation began to tremble. Gradually, it turned soft and weak, showing signs of sinking in. It was as if some terrifying creature was about to break out of the soil. "Hurry, let's go!" Su Zimo shouted. Tang Yu also sensed that something was amiss and yelled, "Everyone, follow me. Let's leave this place quickly." Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground at the back collapsed suddenly and dark red tentacles as thick as a water bucket extended from beneath, yanking the cultivators underneath. Ground dragons! It's ground dragons! Uncle Yang exclaimed in shock. Ground dragons were not dragons and usually lived underground. Although they were shaped like anacondas, they had no scales and their bodies were filled with spiral patterns instead. They were dark red in color with no eyes and were extremely sensitive to light and trembles on the ground. There was a huge circular mouth on their heads with rims of sharp fangs within, and they could grind any living beings into mincemeat with every squirm. The most terrifying thing was that ground dragons had an exceptional regeneration capability. Even if they were cut into several pieces, they could recover to their original states as long as they dug back underground and rested. Any living being that was dragged underground by a ground dragon was most likely doomed, and even ancient remnant beasts were no exception. Although Su Zimo had warned them, most cultivators at the back took it lightly and were completely defenseless. Some of them even assumed lotus positions on the ground. The moment the ground caved in, those cultivators were dragged underground by the ground dragons with only time for a single tragic cry for help. Some cultivators soared into the air hurriedly, but they were devoured by the ground dragons in a single mouthful. They could react, causing blood to spray everywhere in a miserable manner. Some cultivators summoned their flying swords hurriedly to cut the ground dragons into two. However, the ground dragons did not die and still possessed extremely powerful killing power even with half their bodies left. The ground was stained scarlet with blood. "Hurry, run. We have to get out of here quickly." A series of shouts sounded within the chaos. The cone-shaped formation was created once more, albeit somewhat scattered, and they rushed towards the valley under Su Zimo's lead. The cultivators only managed to shake off the ground dragons after a full 15 minutes of escaping and slowed down. Most of them were drenched in sweat with fear and unease. This escape had too much of a toll on everyone's mental state and energy. Even Ji Qingtian's forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. Su Zimo looked as per normal. His eyes were bright, his breathing was steady, and his physique seemed unlimited like the vast skies and bottomless seas. It seemed like everything that happened was insignificant to him. Tang Yu looked down at the remaining Elixir Yang sect cultivators with a sorrowful expression. Elixir Yang sect only lost slightly more than 100 people after breaking free from the ancient blood mosquitoes. However, they had only lingered for a moment longer at that place and almost 200 cultivators were dead. Recalling Su Zimo's suggestion, Tang Yu felt even more guilty. She bore at least half the responsibility for the deaths of over 200 cultivators. If only she had been more decisive, perhaps. Chapter 412, To Kill a Way Out. Chapter 412, To Kill a Way Out. Many cultivators glared at Yan Jun begrudgingly. If not for his actions, those 200 or so of their sect mates might not have died. Feeling guilty, Yan Jun coughed softly. "I didn't mean it either, I just wanted to let everyone get more rest." Some cultivators could not help but laugh coldly. "Ha, easy for you to say. More than 200 fellow disciples died here because of that remark of yours. That's because they aren't strong enough. Don't follow us into the valley if you're afraid of death. Senior brother Yan, we're all from the same sect. How can you say something like that? That's enough." Sensing that the tension was strong and that they were only going to argue more intensely, Uncle Yang hollered and stopped the commotion. Feeling frustrated, Tang Yu raised her brows slightly and waved her hand. "Everyone, quieten down. I made the wrong decision earlier on." She took a deep breath of air and came to Su Zimo's side, asking softly, "Fellow Taoist, what should we do next?" "We can only continue our journey and try to locate the Elixir Pool sect ruins as soon as possible. That's the only way for us to avoid the threat of the demon beasts in the valley. All right. Tang Yu commanded for everyone to continue. They didn't advance far when the fog in front of them surged. Several thousands feet away, an azure-feathered eagle was flapping its wings, speeding towards them at an extremely fast speed with deep killing intent in its eyes. An ancient remnant beast. After running for nearly 2 hours in the valley, an ancient remnant beast had finally appeared. Using the guise of the fog, the other cultivators did not notice any signs of the azure-feathered eagle at all. However, Su Zimo's eyes were extremely sharp and he sensed it long ago. Condense. He split out 6 flying swords that shot through the air, leaving streams of sword chi, forming a hexagonal sword formation that shone brilliantly. It was extremely difficult to kill an ancient remnant beast considering the fact that they were on sword kinesis. In order to save spirit energy, Su Zimo did not use the candlelight sword formation right away. Instead, he condensed the hexagonal sword formation and pointed forward, sending it through the air. Many cultivators could not understand why Su Zimo suddenly attacked. However, it did not take long before a bird's tragic cry could be heard from the fog ahead. A moment later, the hexagonal sword formation returned and Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, as if nothing happened. As the group ventured deeper into the valley, there were no longer large swarms of ancient lifeforms. Instead, ancient remnant beasts started appearing. Most of the time, Su Zimo attacked preemptively and killed the ancient remnant beasts before the latter could reach them. Although they merely had close encounters as they ventured deeper, everyone's expressions turned grimmer. The skies had gradually darkened. Everyone's vision was reduced once more. In the dark and empty valley, smelling the thick scent of blood in the air, everyone's heart felt incomparably depressed and uneasy. They had yet to find the Elixir Pool sect ruins. This meant that the group would have to continue in the night. Before long, night finally fell and their surroundings were pitch black. Initially, everyone could still see a distance 100 feet in front of them. But now, that range had shrunk to 30 feet. Before they knew it, their surroundings had gone silent. There were no longer birds crying or beasts roaring. In fact, there weren't even screams of cultivators anymore. It was as if all the demon beasts hid themselves in an instant and vanished without a trace. It was like the calm before a storm. The silence was so eerie, sinister, and frightening. Under Su Zimo's lead, everyone proceeded forward and could even hear their own hearts pounding. The rustling of the withered leaves they stepped on sounded particularly piercing. What's going on? Why aren't there any demon beasts left? Finally, someone could not bear the pressure and asked with a quivering voice, panting slightly. Tang Yu was a little afraid as well. She could even sense the aura of death in that darkness. Right now, the only thing that could calm her down was that back view in front of her that was sturdy even if it was not broad. It was as if their hope would not be extinguished as long as that figure did not fall. The darkness before them was filled with unknown dangers. However, Su Zimo's footsteps did not stop at all as he continued advancing. Suddenly, he came to a stop and his deep voice sounded. Although it sounded calm, its content was shocking. Everyone, prepare for a fierce battle. A beast stampede is approaching. Beast stampede. The sound of those 2 words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo looked over and a cold glint flashed through his eyes as he said slowly, "Furthermore, it's a beast stampede made up of ancient remnant beasts." Ah! What? The crowd was in an uproar. A single ancient remnant beast was more than enough to give them all headaches. In the ancient battlefield, who could survive if an ancient remnant beast stampede swarmed over them? Which sect could live to see the next day? If we were to retreat now, can we escape? Finally, a cultivator could not endure the pressure and whimpered with a shaky tone. Faint tremors were coming from the ground, as if a massive army was charging over. Although they could not see it, everyone could sense the violent aura that was coming from in front of them. It was too late. That person already knew the answer without Su Zimo replying. The most worrying situation had arrived. Furthermore, it was much scarier than they had imagined it to be. The tremors on the ground were intensifying. Even though the cultivators clearly know that there were countless remnant beasts that were charging towards them, the most frightening thing was that they couldn't see anything against the cover of the fog. Unable to withstand it, some cultivators sat wasted on the floor as their knees buckled against the tremors of the ground. They were mentally crushed as they cried helplessly. In the face of death, cultivators were no different from mortals. They were equally insignificant and helpless without a single shred of dignity. What should we do? Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo and asked instinctively. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "Of course we welcome them. Of course we welcome them." Those simple few words contained a fearless courage that overlooked everything. Everyone, Tang Yu included, was thinking about how they should escape and survive. However, Su Zimo's thoughts were opposite of theirs. Tang Yu was invigorated as she turned to look at Su Zimo's side profile. Although it was in the night and Su Zimo's face was a little blurry, his eyes were still bright as always, resembling two shimmering stars that illuminated the darkness. Sensing something, Su Zimo turned slightly and smiled calmly, asking, "Do we have any other way out?" Tang Yu was stunned. That's right, what other way out did they have? By the time the ancient remnant beast stampede was charging over, they no longer had a way out. Even if they were to turn and escape right now, they wouldn't be able to shake off the pursuit of the ancient remnant beasts. Everyone, I know that you're desperate right now. However, this is a test of life and death. Those that are fearful, weak and cowardly, will only be faced with a single outcome, death. Su Zimo's voice sounded, resolute with conviction. Since we have no other way out, we can only continue forward with the long swords in our hands. To kill a way out. Chapter 413, Plot. Chapter 413, Plot. Bang! Boom! Boom! The rumbling sound ahead of them was deafening, resembling thousands of horses prancing. Most of the cultivators could not see it clearly yet, but Su Zimo could see the many ancient remnant beasts charging towards them amidst the billowing dust with endless killing intent in their eyes. There was the frost leopard that emitted a chilling aura and had a layer of frost on its fur. There was the scarlet flaming bull with a robust physique and a pair of horns that were covered in flames. There was the moon concealment eagle that could hide the round moon and stir the clouds with every flap of its wings. There was also the soul-stealing rat that was as large as a wild boar. Every single demon beast in that stampede was an ancient remnant beast. Groar! The continuous howls of many demon beasts shook the world, causing everyone to shudder. Those that can't keep up, good luck to you. With that said, Su Zimo withdrew a blood-colored saber from his storage bag slowly. With a tremble, the saber buzzed and gave off an intense blood stench. Standing right at the front of the formation, Su Zimo was about to endure the first wave of attacks from the beast stampede head-on. That was also the wave with the strongest aura and impact. Before the beast stampede arrived, many cultivators were already frightfully pale. Ah! Suddenly, Su Zimo wielded Blood Quencher and strode forward in huge steps, roaring into the skies. That roar broke metal and crushed rocks. It was high-pitched and dragged out, even drowning the howls of many remnant beasts. At the front, the darkness was shifting and finally, monstrously tall figures appeared one after another. They were finally about to meet. In the face of those tall ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo's group appeared exceptionally insignificant like ants. However, there was a torrential aura emanating from Su Zimo that was on par with the aura of the beast stampede. Su Zimo waved Blood Quencher. Instantly, the spirit light on the blade shone in a bright bedazzling manner, like a blood moon that radiated with a boundless blood beam. Swoosh! There was also the sound of tide surging coming from Blood Quencher, rumbling like thunder with a majestic aura. Initially, some of the cultivators had already closed their eyes and had given up on resisting. However, at that moment, an image of the boundless sea seemed to appear in their minds. It created towering massive waves, but instantly, it was cleaved into two by a peerless light beam. It was countercurrent of sea calming. When Uncle Yang caught sight of that, his expression changed and he exclaimed, "Saber Force." As a golden core, he had an immense amount of knowledge. He focused his gaze and could not help but mutter to himself apprehensively, "That saber technique, could the rumors be true?" Boom! The beast stampede clashed violently against Su Zimo. Right at the front was the scarlet flame bull with its coarse skin and sharp horns. Before it even arrived, it was cut into two by the sharp blood beam emitted by Blood Quencher. The incoming beast stampede that seemed like it could flatten everything had a bloodied path cut out by Su Zimo's countercurrent. That slash was way too terrifying. Not only could it clash head-on with the beast stampede, it could even split it apart. Carrying Blood Quencher, Su Zimo continued advancing. His bloodline had already started to circulate within his body and his eyes shone brightly. An aura that was even more ferocious than the ancient remnant beasts was exuded as his black hair swayed freely. The cultivators followed him hurriedly. Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu declared loudly, "Everyone, please try your best to protect yourselves. Don't let the ancient remnant beasts break our formation and don't stop in your tracks." Other than Su Zimo, the other 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the group did not have secret skills as their trump cards, and they were barely a threat to the ancient remnant beasts of the valley to begin with. At the front, Su Zimo had been killing the ancient remnant beasts to create a path that was filled with blood and corpses. As long as everyone could stay alive against the attacks of the ancient remnant beasts and followed behind Su Zimo, they had a chance of surviving. However, it was extremely difficult to defend against the attacks of the ancient remnant beasts even if the cultivators defended with all their might. In the fog of the night, everyone's vision was reduced to a range of around 10 feet. Against ancient remnant beasts, 10 feet was an almost instant distance. The moment everyone caught sight of the ancient remnant beasts, the latter would have already lunged at them and it was too late to summon their flying swords or conjure spirit arts. By then, many of them could only rely on their defensive talismans to survive the attacks before defending again. However, most of them would be dragged away by the ancient remnant beasts, shredded and devoured in an instant. With Su Zimo killing at the front, the pressure on Ji Qingtian and Yan Jun wasn't too great. From time to time, Yan Jun's gaze would land on Su Zimo's back with an occasional cold glint. All of a sudden, a frost leopard pounced towards him from the side. Before it closed in, Yan Jun felt a chilling intent and his limbs going cold. He was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment after all and was completely able to defend himself with his sword. However, a thought came to his mind as he suddenly crouched down, as if his legs had gone soft. Although he nearly fell down, he managed to dodge the attack of the frost leopard. Initially, the right of Su Zimo's back was covered by Yan Jun's position. Yet, with that sudden dodge from Yan Jun, Su Zimo's back was now exposed to the frost leopard. It was akin to Yan Jun letting an ancient remnant beast into the formation. After missing, the closest target to the ancient remnant beast was Su Zimo. Without thinking, the beast extended its paws towards Su Zimo's shoulders, releasing claws that were as sharp as daggers. The frost leopard opened its bloodied mouth and chomped down at Su Zimo's neck with a cold aura. From the moment Yan Jun dodged till the frost leopard chomping towards Su Zimo's neck, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was already too late by the time cultivators in the formation noticed what happened. Ah! Tang Yu's expression changed as she yelled. All the cultivators were fighting to survive in this intense battle and there was no one who had the energy to help others. Furthermore, no one could save Su Zimo at all given that proximity. Su Zimo seemed like he was oblivious to the frost leopard behind him as he continued to slash ahead. Just as the frost leopard's bloodied mouth was about to land on Su Zimo's neck, the latter's head spun around. With a clang, it smashed against the frost leopard's teeth. Flashes of blood appeared. The frost leopard's teeth were broken and sent flying. Right after, Su Zimo's body retreated a half-step back. Gathering his entire body's strength towards his back, he leaned backwards in a furious motion. Bang! The massive frost leopard was sent flying, turning into a mist of blood in midair. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that. An ancient remnant beast was smashed into sludge by a human. Who would have believed it if they had not seen it themselves? With widened eyes and an agape mouth, Yan Jun was shocked in disbelief. What happened was completely different from what he had expected it to be. How could this be? That doesn't make sense. Yan Jun's mind was in a mess. Before he could resolve his doubts, Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. Instantly, Yan Jun felt his heart clench as shivers ran down his body. Chapter 4:14, Pure-Blooded Ferocious Beast. Chapter 4:14, Pure-Blooded Ferocious Beast. What are you doing? Yan Jun was flustered and his voice was quivering. He forced himself to calm down and explain, I didn't do it on purpose. I just lost my footing and nearly fell down. That was how that beast managed to sneak in. Tang Yu and the others merely witnessed the frost leopard pouncing toward Su Zimo, but they did not know the reason why. When they heard that, everyone frowned. There was nothing wrong with Yan Jun's explanation, but if Su Zimo had reacted slightly slower earlier, his neck would have been bitten by the frost leopard. Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked calm with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Suddenly, Yan Jun felt like he had nowhere to hide. Su Zimo was reading his thoughts completely. Why you can't kill me? I'm the only 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in the battle hall. Su Zimo, don't be impulsive. Yan Jun's eyes darted around and he panted slightly, getting more nervous by the moment. 2 ancient remnant beasts crept over stealthily. As if he had eyes behind his back, Su Zimo slashed with Blood Quencher in reverse, shooting forth a blood beam that slayed the 2 ancient remnant beasts on the spot. Glaring at Yan Jun, Su Zimo suddenly remarked, Do you remember what I told you before? I warned you not to harbor any designs on me or the next time, your head will explode. Right after saying that, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his figure flashed, creating a series of surreal afterimages in his wake. Yan Jun felt his eyes blur, and by the time he wanted to retreat, Su Zimo had already arrived before him with a razor-sharp gaze that was filled with endless killing intent. After meeting Su Zimo's gaze, Yan Jun felt his eyes sting and tears flowed out, causing him to close his eyes instinctively. From there on, he never opened his eyes again. In front of everyone, Su Zimo slapped his backhand tightly against Yan Jun's cheek. Snap! Yan Jun's cheek sank in deeply and his skull shattered, distorting his facial features completely as everything else turned into meat sludge. His corpse was sent flying and a group of ancient remnant beasts fought to devour it before it even reached the ground. Even though Yan Jun was an Elixir Yang sect cultivator, even though he was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of the Battle Hall, even though Su Zimo was only an outsider, no one from Elixir Yang sect objected to Su Zimo's actions. That was because all of them knew that they would have long been swallowed up by the ancient remnant beast stampede if not for Su Zimo. Let's carry on. Everyone, don't stop. After killing Yan Jun, Su Zimo turned around and led the cone-shaped formation forward once more. Although his green robes were stained with the fresh blood of countless ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo seemed as if he had infinite stamina. At that moment, he resembled a god of war soaked in blood. His eyes shone brighter by the moment as he pushed forward, slashing Blood Quencher widely with valiance and ferociousness. Even so, there were Elixir Yang sect disciples that died continuously along the way, dragged into the beast stampede without a chance to escape. The cone-shaped formation shrank endlessly. Almost all the battle hall cultivators at the outer rim were injured, and the formation might have long broken apart if not for the endless elixirs of Elixir Yang sect. The path ahead was pitch black, and nobody knew when the beast stampede was going to end nor where the Elixir pool sect ruins were at. All they could do was follow Su Zimo instinctively and venture deeper into the valley. Everyone was trying their best to hold out. It was as Su Zimo had said, with no way out, their only option left was to continue forward. Su Xiaoning followed the crowd forward endlessly. She would attack as well. However, given her cultivation realm, she might not be able to break through the defenses of the ancient remnant beasts even though she was using a supreme-grade flying sword. Night Spirit was silent and followed beside Xiaoning the entire time, looking nonchalant and lazy towards the beast stampede around it. Massive in size and pitch black all over, Night Spirit seemed to have melded into the night, leaving nothing but a pair of black eyes that shone with a disturbing glint from time to time. All of a sudden, in a mountain range far ahead, a series of rainbow lights shot out in succession, illuminating the skies and conjuring the scenery of a beautiful palace that was majestic and stunning. Instinctively, everyone paused in their tracks and looked over with agape mouths. Although nobody had seen what the Elixir Pool sect ruins looked like, everyone realized the instant they saw that fairy tale-like palace that it was the place they were painstakingly searching for. Initially, nobody had any direction, nor did they know where the Elixir Pool sect ruin was located. But at that moment, the lights in the distance became a beacon for all the cultivators in the valley. Rush! Kill with your might! The Elixir Pool sect ruin is right ahead. Although there was the guise of the night fog and nobody from Elixir Yang sect could see what was going on far away, they could hear faint shouts coming from their sides. They were not the only ones. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth sect and the cultivators of all the other sects that entered the valley were being attacked by the beast stampede. Tang Yu declared with a joyful expression, "Everyone, hang on tight. The Elixir Pool sect ruins are right ahead. As long as we can reach it, we'll be safe." All the ancient sect ruins possessed immense defensive power, and remnant beasts did not dare to enter at all. Right now, there were only 500-odd people left in Elixir Yang sect, and they were all exhausted. However, they were invigorated upon hearing Tang Yu's words, and their stamina seemed to have recovered. Su Zimo's expression was calm and did not feel much joy. Something was amiss. The beast stampede before them was formed with ancient remnant beasts. There must be traces of pure-blooded ferocious beasts behind them. How else would such an orderly ancient remnant beast stampede be formed without the intimidation of pure-blooded ferocious beasts at the back? Roar! Suddenly, at the base of the Elixir Pool sect ruins mountain range, a shuddering roar sounded, causing the entire beast stampede to pause for a moment. A gigantic demon beast appeared at the back of the beast stampede. Filled with pitch-black fur, it resembled a demon hound as it opened its mouth and spat out flames for hundreds of kilometers, incinerating everything in its path and burning countless cultivators into ashes. Everyone was shocked. "It's a Huado." Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and remarked slowly. Uncle Liang nodded as well with a grim expression. "That's right, it's a Huado." The Huado was a pure-blooded ferocious beast that was extremely violent and could spit flames. With luscious fur, it resembled a lion with an ugly face. A pure-blooded ferocious beast had appeared. So what if it's a pure-blooded ferocious beast? It's just one. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to kill it. Far away in the fog, the voice of Shui Yang from Malevolent Earth sect sounded, filled with killing intent. Hoo. Suddenly, the voice of a boy crying sounded from the foot of the mountain. Su Zimo's expression changed as he frowned. Could it be? Woo. The next moment, the childlike voice turned shrill and piercing. Many cultivators could not handle it and groaned as they clutched their ears, bending over. The figure of a demon beast appeared under the illumination near the Elixir Pool sect ruins. With 9 heads, it resembled a hydra as it opened its mouths and cried like infants. Pure-blooded ferocious beast, 9 neonate. Uncle Liang exclaimed. Chapter 4:15, Supreme God Strength. Chapter 4:15, Supreme God Strength. Pust. 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 Before the cries of the infant could subside, a series of strange sounds came from the other side, resembling the hiss of a snake. However, the sound was really loud. Looking over subconsciously, everyone was shocked and took a deep breath of cold air. There was truly a snake beneath the mountain range. The gigantic snake coiled up from the ground and stretched its upper body, revealing a height over 1,000 feet tall and scales the size of a basin. The snake's head could almost reach the top of the sky as it looked down at everyone with cold and vicious eyes, twisting the clouds with every breath. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew by and the gigantic snake swayed its forked tail that looked like a pair of hooks. They glistened coldly and emitted a foul smell. It was obvious that they were poisonous. The long tail swept across the ground and the hooks at its tip pierced the bodies of nearly 100 cultivators, causing blood to flood. Many of those cultivators reacted quickly and managed to crush protection talismans first. However, their protection talismans were like paper against the hooks of the gigantic snake and could not even withstand a single blow. Many of the cultivators hung on the hooks with blood dripping down in a ghastly sight. They struggled and yelled as they were slowly sent into the mouth of the gigantic snake. With a squirm of its throat, the gigantic snake swallowed almost 100 cultivators in one gulp. Pure-blooded ferocious beast, hook snake. Even Su Zimo's expression was turning slightly grim. The current situation was obvious. If they wanted to get to the Elixir Pool sect ruins, they would not only have to fight a way out from the beast stampede, but get through the defenses of the 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts as well. Furthermore, all 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts were clearly at peak foundation establishment and had terrifying strength. This was far beyond what Su Zimo had expected. It would be difficult if he wanted to kill 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts given his current strength. Unless he chose to take on his demon form. After assuming demon form, Su Zimo would become an extremely powerful existence that was even more terrifying than the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Screech! All of a sudden, a high-pitched roar pierced through the clouds at the horizon. A massive bird soared through the skies with its golden body that was extremely piercing in the night. It had 2 horns on its head and spread its 100 feet wide wings, looking down with a sharp gaze. With a swoop, the bird opened its sharp claws and tore 2 cultivators apart, splattering their meat and blood everywhere. All the cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield were completely defenseless against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. After killing dozens of cultivators, the bird screeched again, looking excited with its cruel gaze. See, could that be another pure-blooded ferocious beast? An Elixir Yang sect cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Uncle Liang nodded and gulped. That should be a Gu bird, one of the ancient pure-blooded ferocious beasts. It said that the bloodline of an immortal bird, the Golden Rock, flows within it. Tang Yu took a deep breath to compose herself and said slowly, that's the 4th pure-blooded ferocious beast. Uncle Liang whispered, young master, retreat. Even if I have to give up my life, I'll make sure you get to escape. Previously, Uncle Liang did not waver even against the beast stampede formed by the ancient remnant beasts. However, upon seeing the 4 pure-blooded ferocious beasts, he finally had the intention to retreat. Nobody in their group was a match for the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Even if they could break free from the obstructions of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts, it would be a miracle if even a tenth of their current 500 cultivators could survive. Tang Yu looked hesitant and turned toward Su Zimo instinctively. Sighing, Uncle Liang lamented internally, although that lad's methods are sharp and powerful, he isn't a match for the pure-blooded ferocious beast still. At that thought, Uncle Liang urged again, young master, we have a chance to escape now that the pure-blooded ferocious beasts haven't turned their attention towards us yet. If... Dong! 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 Before he could finish, Uncle Liang was interrupted by a series of dull sounds. It was mighty and strong, as if someone was beating the heavenly drums. The next moment, a gigantic white ape leaped out from behind the mountain range. Over 100 feet tall, its massive red feet stomped heavily on the ground, giving off deafening bangs. The ground was torn asunder and revealed a series of dark ravines. Rearing its head and roaring, the gigantic ape drummed against its chest with its fists, giving off the dull sounds. Right after, its gaze turned towards the group from Elixir Yang's sect, baring its fangs in a bloodthirsty manner. Not good. Uncle Liang was alarmed. It was probably too late even if they wanted to retreat now. They had already been targeted by a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The fifth pure-blooded ferocious beast had appeared. A white head with red feet and the appearance of an ape, the only pure-blooded ferocious beast that fit this description was a Zhu Yan. Roar! The Zhu Yan roared in the direction of Elixir Yang's sect and suddenly extended a massive palm, smashing the mountain range near it. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone was dumbstruck. That was the power of a pure-blooded ferocious beast. It could crush mountains and split the earth, swallowing rivers with its mighty energy. Hugging a gigantic mountain top with both arms, the Zhu Yan flung it towards the area where Elixir Yang's sect was. Although the mountain top did not seem huge against the massive figure of the Zhu Yan, it seemed to cover the skies as it was thrown over. That was no mountain top, it was an entire mountain. Everyone merely felt their vision turn dark as the gigantic mountain crashed down towards them with a mighty aura, filling the skies with debris. Even ancient remnant beasts would turn into sludge if they were crushed by that mountain. Hurry, run! Unable to withstand the pressure, someone shrieked and turned to run, wanting to get out of the radius of the mountain before it landed. Tang Yu wanted to retreat but she realized that Su Zimo was rooted on the spot, looking at the descending mountain with a raised head as though he was scared stiff. Hurry, let's go! Feeling her heart clench, Tang Yu hurriedly advanced and grabbed Su Zimo by the arm, wanting to drag the latter away. Suddenly, Su Zimo let out a long howl and the sound of a tsunami roared from within his body. Tang Yu froze in her tracks and her expression changed slightly. Channeling his bloodline, Su Zimo stomped on the ground heavily before leaping up, welcoming the descending mountain with both arms. Boom! When Su Zimo's hands met the bottom of the mountain, gravel flew everywhere with a deafening sound. His clothes were completely torn, revealing a pair of muscular arms with swelling muscles that intertwined like liquid steel. Splash! Pang! 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 Tsunami blood and tendons like a bowstring. This was the limit of Su Zimo's strength without assuming demon form. The mountain was still descending. Against the descending mountain, Su Zimo seemed incomparably small. In fact, he wasn't even as large as the spilling gravel and looked laughable, like an ant trying to shake an ancient tree. However, the mountain was stopped just as it was about to land on the ground. An upright figure stood between the mountain and the ground, straight as a pencil with unbuckling knees and a fervent gaze, holding up an entire mountain with his supreme god's strength. Notwithstanding the many Elixir Yang's sect disciples, even the Zhu Yan who was watching from afar was dumbfounded, as if it could not understand what was happening. Ha! Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo channeled strength into his arms and lifted the mountain above his head, flinging it back in the opposite direction. Chapter 4:16, Severely Wounding the Zhu Yan. Chapter 4:16, Severely Wounding the Zhu Yan. Along its way, the mountain splattered many ancient remnant beasts and an empty path appeared in front of them. The momentum of the mountain did not stop as it continued charging towards the Zhu Yan. The Zhu Yan had a violent temperament and was easily enraged. Roar! Upon seeing that, it was furious as it stared with its bloodshot eyes. Panting out streams of steam, it pounded dully against its chest repeatedly. The ant before it had not only stopped its attack, but was even retaliating. That was a complete provocation of its dignity. Gripping its fists tightly, the Zhu Yan punched violently towards the incoming mountain, as if it was trying to quell the anger in its heart. Boom! A deafening boom reverberated through every corner of the valley. The mountain was smashed into pieces by the Zhu Yan's fists, turning into huge rocks that fell from the sky as dust billowed. Everyone was scared out of their wits as they opened their mouths with shocked expressions. That power had exceeded everything they ever knew. The only people capable of fighting against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts were probably only 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. The mountain exploded and gravel flew everywhere. The dust was too thick, and coupled with the cover of the night fog, nobody saw that the Zhu Yan had to stagger backwards a few steps even though it managed to crush the mountain. The flesh on its gigantic fists had split open with fresh blood flowing. It was injured. The scarlet blood triggered the Zhu Yan's ferocity entirely. Ah! 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 Roaring into the skies, the Zhu Yan charged in the direction of Elixir Yang's sect before the dust and smoke had even cleared. Deep pits were dug as it stomped on the ground with its massive feet, creating spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. The ground shook and the mountains trembled. Naturally, there was no way that Su Zimo thought a mountain was enough to injure a Zhu Yan severely. If you guys find an opportunity later, rush forward with all you've got and don't turn back no matter what. Turning around, Su Zimo instructed Tang Yu before taking a deep breath and charging forward with his blood quencher, ready for a massive battle against the incoming Zhu Yan. He did not expect to kill the ancient ferocious beast, but at the very least, he wanted to divert the Zhu Yan's attention to allow Elixir Yang's sect to run through its obstruction. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly felt something arching his arm gently. He turned over and was slightly stunned. Before he knew it, Night Spirit had run to his side, bringing Xiaoning along with it. At that moment, its head was lowered as it rubbed against his arm with its cheek in an intimate manner. It blinked its black eyes with a flicker of anticipation. As Night Spirit grew older, it also turned mature and colder. Such emotions were rare to see by now. In the past, Night Spirit was like a small black dog that curled in Su Zimo's embrace daily. As such, it would behave coquettishly as such from time to time. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled how Night Spirit hid in his embrace when the two of them escaped to the primordial ruins. This was the same expression that Night Spirit had back then. At that time, it devoured half of a dragon egg. You're thinking of... Pointing at the Zhu Yan that was rushing over from afar, Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and did not continue. Growl. Night Spirit cried out softly and licked its lips. How could Su Zimo not know what Night Spirit wanted when it was practically drooling by this point? Normally, Su Zimo would not let Night Spirit leave Xiaoning's side easily. However, it was rare for Night Spirit to make such a request and he could not bear to reject it. Before this, Night Spirit would not touch the flesh of any spirit beast or demon. Even the meat of ancient remnant beasts did not interest Night Spirit and it would only consume a little. Su Zimo could not figure out what Night Spirit liked to eat and he could not possibly hunt for dragon eggs for it repeatedly. Now, he vaguely realized that Night Spirit's food might be pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. What was Night Spirit's background for it to deem pure-blooded ferocious beasts as food? Could it be even more terrifying than pure-blooded ferocious beasts? When he recalled the greedy expression on Night Spirit's face back in the primordial ruins when it looked at the dragon egg with fervent eyes. Su Zimo found himself getting increasingly curious towards Night Spirit's background. "Be careful," he instructed as he patted Night Spirit on the head. Without replying, Night Spirit melded into the night in a flash, vanishing without a trace. Akin to a ghost in the night, Night Spirit moved silently and nobody apart from Su Zimo noticed what was going on. At that moment, there were still ancient remnant beasts charging at them and tearing at their formation. The group from Elixir Yang's sect huddled together, defending with all their might. In front of them, the Zhu Yan was already far from the Elixir Pool sect ruins and had entered the night fog, disappearing from everyone's vision. The only thing they saw was a pair of bloodshot eyes that resembled lanterns floating in the dark approaching rapidly. The heavy footsteps were getting closer as well. Each time it sounded, everyone felt their hearts skip along with it. Tang Yu tried her best to open her eyes and look forward. She could seemingly make out a musky and mighty silhouette in the hazy night. It was the pure-blooded ferocious beast, Zhu Yan. Taking a deep breath of air, a resolute glint flickered through Uncle Liang's eyes as he whipped out a flying sword from his storage bag, ready to strike. Su Zimo's expression was calm and his gaze was like water without any ripples at all. All of a sudden, the pair of lanterns in front of them came to a stop and the sound of the Zhu Yan's footsteps disappeared as well. Groar! The Zhu Yan seemed to have encountered a situation as it shrieked heartbreakingly while its lantern bloodshot eyes shook repeatedly in midair. Su Zimo hollered, "Charge! Now!" Tang Yu was stunned. "Now!" Wielding Blood Quencher, Su Zimo sliced up two ancient remnant beasts that pounced at them and led the charge, pulling Xiaofan with his left hand. Su Zimo did not know what Night Spirit's true strength was at this point and whether it could kill the Zhu Yan. However, he knew that it was the best opportunity for them now that the Zhu Yan had no time to spare. Ow! Ow! As if it had gone mad, the Zhu Yan howled insanely and had clearly descended into a frenzied state. In the night fog, nobody from Elixir Yang's sect could see what was happening to the Zhu Yan. They could only make out a vague black shadow on the pure-blooded ferocious beast's back with the faint light that was shining from its scarlet eyes. Those sharp claws extended stealthily with a cold shimmer in the night. Poof! There was a crisp sound. After emitting a stream of blood, one of the bloodshot eyes turned dark. Pust! The cultivators gasped in shock. One of the Zhu Yan's eyes had been blinded by that mysterious black shadow. Ah ah! 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 Yelping in immense pain, the Zhu Yan screamed as it barged forward crazily. Some ancient remnant beasts that could not dodge in time were rammed to death on the spot while some others were trampled into meat sludge tragically without any corpse left behind. With the Zhu Yan severely wounded, the beast stampede was dispersing. Chapter 4:17, Arriving at the Ruins. Chapter 4:17, Arriving at the Ruins. Although everyone else could not see clearly against the night fog, Su Zimo could. In that short while, the Zhu Yan had already gained dozens more wounds on its body that were so deep its bones could be seen. Its flesh was torn and its white fur was already stained with fresh blood. The Zhu Yan grabbed Night Spirit that was on its back and yanked the latter down. However, Night Spirit had already dug its claws into the Zhu Yan's flesh long ago. By yanking Night Spirit down, the Zhu Yan caused a large piece of its flesh to be ripped off with fresh blood spraying everywhere. Groar! The Zhu Yan had never suffered such injuries before and roared furiously as it grabbed Night Spirit and smashed it onto the ground. If that smash was realized, Night Spirit would definitely suffer even with its physique. In midair, a black shadow darted by. Poof! It was Night Spirit's tail, piercing through the Zhu Yan's arm. In that instant, blood gushed out in a stream and one of the Zhu Yan's arm was crippled on the spot. It fell limply to the side and the Zhu Yan's strength decreased. After rolling on the ground, Night Spirit got up safely and glared at the Zhu Yan coldly while licking its lips. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. In that short while, the Zhu Yan had already lost an eye and arm, and there were dozens of wounds on its body that bled non-stop. It panted heavily. Initially, blood was a trigger for its ferocity. But now, the Zhu Yan was afraid. It was way too severely injured. Ever since it was born, it had never experienced such serious injuries. The Zhu Yan sensed a hint of death. Looking at that black figure that was countless times weaker than it close in, the Zhu Yan felt an inexplicable sense of fear well in its heart while shattering his guts. That fear seemed to originate from the depths of its bloodline, from deep in the memories of its lineage. As if recalling something, the Zhu Yan shuddered. Its lone eye was filled with fear as it turned and fled without hesitation. Su Zimo shook his head secretly upon seeing that. The Zhu Yan might have had a chance of surviving if it chose to fight Night Spirit head-on with its life. But now that its back was exposed to Night Spirit, it was dead for sure. Su Zimo led the Elixir Yang sect group ahead, sprinting in the direction of the Elixir Pool sect ruins. The beast stampede had dispersed, leaving only a couple of scattered ancient remnant beasts that no longer posed much of a threat. As the Zhu Yan fled, the path ahead was clear. On the other side, there were 4 other pure-blooded ferocious beasts that were keeping Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Puppet Sect, Thousand Cranes Sect and all the other sects outside. Elixir Yang sect was the first to arrive at the Elixir Pool sect ruins. Apart from Su Zimo who could still stand, Tang Yu and the rest were slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat. Their faces were pale as they panted heavily. Everyone felt deeply exhausted after the journey. The exhaustion came not only from the body, but also from the spirit. The pressure of advancing at the boundaries of death where death was imminent was enough to make everyone feel exhausted. Thankfully, they survived. They rushed out of the encirclement of the ancient blood mosquitoes, broke free of the ground dragon's pursuit, paved out a path from the beast stampede and arrived at the Elixir Pool sect ruins against the obstruction of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Everyone felt surreal. Everyone was laughing. It was an indescribable joy that came from surviving a calamity. Everyone revealed a hint of gratitude and reverence in their eyes as they gazed at the only figure that could remain standing among the crowd. If not for that man, they would have died a long time ago. Even Uncle Liang could not deny that he had underestimated Su Zimo still. When he saw the ancient remnant beast stampede, Uncle Liang expected that the best outcome was if 10% of their 1,000 cultivators managed to survive. When he saw the pure-blooded ferocious beasts blocking the way, he already had the intention to retreat. He truly hadn't expected that more than 400 Elixir Yang sect cultivators would have managed to arrive at the Elixir Pool sect ruins alive under Su Zimo's lead. Tang Yu raised her head slightly and looked at Su Zimo's back view with a dazed expression. Just who in the world are you? Suddenly, she was filled with immense curiosity toward Su Zimo. What was that mysterious beast that fought with the Zhu Yan? I don't know, I didn't manage to see it clearly. It's fortunate that the mysterious beast appeared to help us or we would have been doomed. Some of the Elixir Yang sect disciples discussed softly as they consumed elixirs to recover their strength. After resting for a short while, Tang Yu stood up and clapped, declaring, "Everyone, now is not the time to rest. Let's check out what treasures Elixir Pool sect has." "All right." Everyone replied. The cultivators supported one another and stood up, entering Elixir Pool sect under Tang Yu's lead. Despite the passage of time, many of Elixir Pool sect's palaces and buildings remained intact. Before long, Xiaoning suddenly tugged Su Zimo's sleeve. He turned around and saw her pointing to her chest where a mysterious elixir furnace was placed. "There's a reaction?" Su Zimo asked. "Yes, it's getting hotter," Xiaoning replied. Su Zimo nodded. The mysterious elixir furnace was most likely related to Elixir Pool sect of the ancient era. Everyone continued advancing while Su Zimo turned around and frowned slightly. Night Spirit had not returned yet. Logically speaking, this period of time should be enough for Night Spirit to kill the Zhu Yan. However, Su Zimo could not find any trace of Night Spirit at all. He did not think too much about it. In such an environment, even if Night Spirit met with danger, it would be able to escape unscathed given its alertness and methods. The largest palace in Elixir Pool Sect was its Elixir Refinement Hall. The Elixir Refinement Hall was right in front of them, especially striking in the ruins with its majesty and height of over 100 feet. Even from afar, everyone could still smell a faint medicinal fragrance. Every single treasure in the Elixir Refinement Hall was something that Elixir Yang's sect wanted. If the recipe for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was preserved, it could only be in a single place, the Elixir Refinement Hall right before them. Speeding towards the Elixir Refinement Hall, everyone arrived at its entrance before long. Tang Yu raised her brow slightly as she gazed at the palace before her. It was shrouded with a mysterious light that contained faint blurry words. A seal was still existent. Reaching out, Tang Yu touched the door of the hall gently. The moment her palm reached the surface, it was repelled by the power of the seal. She was not allowed to enter. This was a little tricky. Frowning, she started thinking of a strategy. A cultivator came forth and said, "Can't we join forces to dispel the seal on the surface of this hall? This seal has existed for countless years without being destroyed. How could it be dispelled so easily?" Pondering for a moment, Uncle Liang said slowly, "Legend has it that the Elixir Refinement Hall is Elixir Pool Sect's most important inheritance ground. Other than legacy disciples, nobody can enter easily. By the looks of it, that legend should be true. Elixir Pool Sect has disappeared since the ancient era. How could there be any legacy disciples left?" A cultivator shook his head. Chapter 418, Consciousness Inheritance. Chapter 418, Consciousness Inheritance. Right then, Su Xiaoning walked out slowly from the crowd with a dazed expression, as if she had entered a trance, and walked slowly towards the Elixir Refinement Hall before them. Her chest shone with a mysterious brilliance. As she approached the hall, the brilliance intensified and turned dazzling, almost enveloping Xiaoning's figure entirely. This is... Everyone was dumbfounded. Standing by the side, Su Zimo did not stop her. Back in the capital of Great Zhou, he had already noticed that the elixir furnace was extraordinary. After entering the ancient battlefield, his conjecture was further verified. Upon arriving here, Su Zimo could almost confirm that the mysterious elixir furnace had a deep connection to Elixir Pool Sect. Right in front of everyone, Xiaoning walked towards the hall step by step, reaching out with her jade-like hand to touch the seal of the hall gently. To everyone's surprise, she was not repelled by the seal. On the contrary, the mysterious emblems that revolved on the surface gathered towards Xiaoning continuously, as if they were attracted by something. Consciousness inheritance. Uncle Liang exclaimed. All the cultivators present let out envious expressions when they heard that. In the ancient battlefield, elixirs and treasures were not the most precious things. The true opportunities came from obtaining the inheritance of ancient mighty figures and sects. In truth, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was one of those. In certain sects, true secret skills were not preserved in the form of cloth, bamboo slips or manuals, just in case they were leaked to outsiders. There was a possibility that the Elixir Refinement Hall before them contained many elixir recipes of the ancient era. However, the true secrets of Elixir Pool Sect must definitely be within that consciousness inheritance before them. In other words, Su Xiaoning was the only one that obtained the true secrets of Elixir Pool Sect. Why is it her? Someone could not help but ask. Tang Yu replied, Xiaoning must be in possession of an extremely important token of the Elixir Pool Sect. The Elixir Refinement Master that this token belonged to must have been a legacy disciple of Elixir Pool sect. Stroking his long beard, Uncle Liang said with great gratification, "There's a chance for our sect to restore the former glory of the Elixir Pool sect after this girl obtains its inheritance and joins our sect." Su Zimo was truly relieved as well. Initially, the reason why Elixir Yang's sect took Xiaoning in was because they wanted to rope him in for his strength. He was worried that she would suffer after joining Elixir Yang's sect. But now, that worry was completely unfounded. After obtaining Elixir Pool sect's inheritance, if Xiaoning were to cultivate diligently after joining Elixir Pool sect coupled with the help of the mysterious Elixir Furnace, she would definitely turn out to be a top-tier Elixir Refinement Master with unlimited potential in the future. Tang Yu came to Su Zimo's side and whispered, "Don't worry, fellow Daoist Su, after returning to the sect, I'll definitely take Xiaoning to the sect master along with Uncle Liang to report about this matter. Our sect master is an Elixir Refinement Grandmaster with high standards. Even until now, she has only accepted one personal disciple. I'm sure she'll definitely take a liking to Xiaoning and take her under her wing." Su Zimo nodded. An Elixir Refinement Grandmaster. Although Elixir Refinement Masters and Elixir Refinement Grandmasters sounded similar, their statuses were starkly different. There wasn't a single Elixir Refinement Grandmaster in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Above Elixir Refinement Masters were Great Elixir Refinement Masters and Elixir Refinement Grandmasters were after that. Many Elixir Refinement Masters have never been on the verge of reaching the level of a Great Master in their entire lives, let alone be a Grandmaster. In the field of weapon refinement, there were also the titles of Great Master and Grandmaster. Although Su Zimo had the help of his spirit perception and had even managed to refine a perfect spirit weapon, he was still only a weapon refinement master. He could only turn into a great weapon refinement master after becoming a nascent soul and gaining the capabilities to refine dermic weapons. In other words, in order for one to become a great master, they had to be accomplished both in their craft and their cultivation realm. The sound of clothes tearing through the air sounded behind them. More cultivators had broken through the blockade of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts and were speeding towards the Elixir Pool sect ruins. "Everyone, stand in formation and protect Xiaoning," Tang Yu ordered decisively. The most important thing for them right now was to ensure Xiaoning obtained Elixir Pool sect's inheritance without being interrupted. Regardless of whether those arriving were friends or foe, Elixir Yang's sect would not allow a single mistake to happen in the inheritance process. Before long, around 20 cultivators rushed over, looking wretched and filled with wounds. They were all cultivators of Thousand Crane sect. Shocked, Su Zimo hurriedly patrolled the crowd. He only let out a sigh of relief after seeing that Leng Ro was fine as he walked over with Tang Yu. "Sister Man, are you all right?" Tang Yu withdrew a few bottles of elixirs and handed them over. Feng Man looked listless and was covered with wounds. She thanked Tang Yu for the elixirs and hurriedly consumed them. Although she had elixirs as well, the effects of hers could not compare to those of Elixir Yang sects. On the other side, Leng Ro was also badly injured and looked even more pale. However, her expression was cold as ever and a slight warmth only flickered through her eyes upon seeing Su Zimo. Su Zimo also had some elixirs given to him by Tang Yu in his storage bag. Because they were not perfect grade, he wouldn't consume them. As such, he took them all out and handed everything to Leng Ro. She did not decline or stand on ceremony with Su Zimo. After the bloody battle on the long street, the friendship between them had far surpassed that of ordinary fellow disciples. Feng Man consumed the elixirs and rested for a moment before she noticed the group from Elixir Yang sect standing in front of the Elixir Refinement Hall. Shocked, she exclaimed, "There's so many of you." "What?" Tang Yu froze. Sighing, Feng Man chuckled bitterly. "It's already a blessing that we're able to survive against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. There's only 20-odd of our 1,000 cultivators that are left. To think that you guys have more than 400 cultivators remaining. That's incredible. Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo without saying anything. If he hadn't fought at the front for the entire journey, Elixir Yang's sect would have been annihilated long ago. Also, we got lucky. Feng Manman sighed and said, initially, the pure-blooded ferocious beast, the goo bird, blocked us and we couldn't get away. Later on, it seemed like it was attacked and couldn't handle it. We only managed to get here by seizing that opportunity. Even then, there's only these few of us left. Ah. We saw the same thing. Tang Yu replied hurriedly, the Zhu Yan was blocking our path but out of nowhere, a mysterious beast appeared and injured the Zhu Yan severely. That was how we managed to get over here successfully. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Initially, he was confused over why Night Spirit hadn't returned after so long. After hearing Feng Manman's words, he gradually understood. After killing the Zhu Yan, Night Spirit went to kill the goo bird as well. Before he could finish his thoughts, Su Zimo heard Little Fatty's voice from not far away. That's bloody lucky. That 9 neonate was way too scary. It spits fire and water that severely injures or kills upon contact. We can't even get close to it. Luckily some black thing appeared out of nowhere and killed it or we would have all died there. Shi Jian remarked as well, yes, we saw that too. After killing the 9 neonate, I think that black thing went off for the other 2 pure-blooded ferocious beasts, the hook snake and the huado. Su Zimo's mouth cramped up when he heard that. Chapter 419, Thank You, Night Spirit. Chapter 419, Thank You, Night Spirit. Bro, you guys are here too. That's good, that's good. Little Fatty's eyes lit up when he caught sight of Su Zimo and the others. He ran over immediately and his loose robes couldn't cover all his trembling fats. All 6 of them managed to arrive here despite their close encounters. Naturally, that was a cause for joy. Feng Manman cupped her fists. Thousand Crane's sect will not be laying a hand on anything in this elixir refinement hall. We'll head in and check out if there are any ancient talisman manuals that have been preserved. Yes. Tang Yu nodded. Leng Ro bid farewell to Su Zimo and the others. Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect did not bring many cultivators into the valley to begin with and now, they were left with even less. Little Fatty and Shi Jian followed the commanders of their respective sects and left to venture deeper into the ruins in search of treasures and opportunities. At that moment, a black shadow flashed not far away like a ghost. It crept stealthily to Su Zimo's side without anyone noticing it at all. Night Spirit had returned. There was a bloody thing in its mouth, resembling a ball of meat as the stench of blood filled the air. Su Zimo took a casual glance and paid no attention initially. But right after, as if he thought of something, Su Zimo turned back and looked carefully, causing his eyes to twitch uncontrollably. It was the Zhu Yan's head. Its neck area was clearly torn off by sharp claws and it was missing an eye. Biting on its snapped head, Night Spirit had returned just like that. Isn't that Night Spirit? Tang Yu smelled the stench of blood and turned to see Night Spirit with a bloody thing in its mouth, standing beside Su Zimo. Yes. Su Zimo replied without saying anything more. Tang Yu frowned slightly. Suddenly, she realized that something was amiss. Night Spirit seemed to have disappeared for a period of time, right after the Zhu Yan appeared. However, everyone's attention was drawn to the Zhu Yan and they were all trying their best to escape. No one paid any attention to whether Night Spirit was among them. Tang Yu could not remember clearly as well. No matter how she tried, she could not recall Night Spirit with them during that period of time, as if it had vanished into thin air. Hesitantly, she asked, "Fellow Daoist Su, was Night Spirit with us the entire time?" "Yes, it was." Su Zimo nodded with a calm expression. "Then, what's that?" Pointing to the blood lump in Night Spirit's mouth, Tang Yu asked in confusion. Su Zimo replied ambiguously, I don't know either. It must have bitten that off the corpse of a random ancient remnant beast on the way here. By now, the Zhu Yan was completely disfigured. Its flesh was torn in a mess and its head was dyed red with blood. There was no way Tang Yu could recognize it. Tang Yu was even more confused after asking. Pondering for a moment, she could not come up with a conclusion and let the matter go for the time being. After Tang Yu left, Su Zimo turned to Night Spirit and whispered, Why did you lug that head back? Why didn't you eat it outside? Growl. Putting the Zhu Yan's head on the ground, Night Spirit extended its paw and pointed to it before pointing to Su Zimo. If anyone else saw it, they wouldn't have understood what Night Spirit meant. However, Su Zimo knew and he asked with a frown, You mean to say that's for me to eat? Night Spirit nodded and licked its lips with a trace of reluctance on its face. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. You can have it. You haven't eaten much good food all these years. Although Su Zimo devoured meat and drank blood back in Song Lang mountain range for his demonic cultivation, it was for the sake of survival. He was a human after all. Su Zimo truly did not have much appetite when he looked at that bloodied head. When Night Spirit saw that Su Zimo had no intention of eating, it rubbed its head against him before stretching out its paw and piercing a hole on top of the Zhu Yan's head. A moment later, a milky white gooey liquid flowed out from the hole, giving off a fragrance that made one's appetite whetted. This is... Blinking, Su Zimo seemed to have thought of something. It was the Zhu Yan's brain. Back in the ancient manuals of Ethereal Peak, there was a remark at the end of the section about the Zhu Yan. An ancient mighty figure ate its brain for food and praised, the fragrance in your mouth is endless. It was clear how delicious the Zhu Yan's brain was for an ancient mighty figure to give such an evaluation. Night Spirit used its tongue to lick the brain that seeped out and revealed an intoxicated expression. After a while, it lifted the Zhu Yan's head again and handed it over to Su Zimo, indicating to him that he could just suck from the hole. Night Spirit was becoming more and more humane and was clearly at the peak of Foundation establishment. It could condense an inner core at any time and transform itself, taking on human form. Su Zimo felt a sense of warmth in his heart but still shook his head nevertheless, saying with a smile, Eat it. I'm still not used to eating something like this. Night Spirit turned to look at Su Zimo with slight disbelief. It could not understand how someone would not like a delicacy as such. Night Spirit only picked up the Zhu Yan's head after ensuring that Su Zimo was truly unmoved. Sucking strongly from the hole in the head, Night Spirit drank the Zhu Yan's brains cleanly with a couple of gulps. It even licked its lips wistfully, yearning for more. Growl. Crying once more, Night Spirit swayed its tail and nimbly circled it in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo focused his gaze and saw an egg-shaped object pierced on the tip of the tail. It was around the size of a fist and contained an emerald green liquid beneath its skin. This is the hook snake's gallbladder? Su Zimo pondered for a moment before probing. Nodding, Night Spirit handed the gallbladder in front of Su Zimo, indicating for him to eat it. If the Zhu Yan's brain was considered as a rare delicacy, the hook snake's gallbladder was considered as one of the rarest herbs in the world. A single drop of the hook snake's gallbladder juice would ensure that an ordinary mortal could live a long life healthily without any ailments. For cultivators, their immunity systems would improve significantly after consuming it, allowing them to be resistant to most poisons. Su Zimo fondled Night Spirit's head and whispered, Night Spirit, have it yourself. I can be considered immune to all poisons now, so I don't need it. Night Spirit went silent. After a moment, its eyes lit up and it raised its head in Xiaoning's direction, crying a couple of times. Are you saying that you want to feed Xiaoning the gallbladder? Su Zimo asked. Night Spirit nodded and made a few gestures. Su Zimo understood. Night Spirit was saying that it failed to protect Xiaoning from being poisoned the previous time round and that it wanted to give this to her as an apology gift. Xiaoning would not have to worry about getting poisoned in the future after consuming the gallbladder. Su Zimo remained silent. Be it the Zhu Yan's head or the hook snake's gallbladder, both of them were the most precious parts of those two beasts respectively. After retrieving them, Night Spirit did not think of itself but him and Xiaoning. It wanted to share the delicacy with him and help Xiaoning improve her constitution. The reason why Night Spirit acted the way it did was because it treated Su Zimo and Xiaoning as its closest kin. Su Zimo went up and hugged Night Spirit around the waist, patting it on the back while saying softly, "Thank you, Night Spirit." Chapter 420, Grade 2 Elixir Pool. Chapter 420, Grade 2 Elixir Pool. A few more cultivators sped over from the direction of the valley, each of them panting with lingering shock. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were among them. However, those two major sects had it even worse. Apart from Pei Chunyu, Glass Palace only had 8 people left and each of them were filled with injuries and had pale expressions. It was the same for Malevolent Earth Sect. In reality, if Night Spirit had not killed the other 4 pure-blooded ferocious beasts, it would have been difficult for the others to survive. The only way out for them would be for a sealer to kill the pure-blooded ferocious beasts by invoking their powers as golden cores. This time round, Su Zimo finally caught sight of the sealers of the two major sections. An elderly man in golden robes stood behind Pei Chunyu. Although his hair was gray, his gaze was burning with dominance and his skin possessed a sparkling luster similar to a baby. On the side of Malevolent Earth Sect, a skinny old man in black robes followed closely behind Shui Yang with a dark gaze resembling a ghoul. The two sealers had appeared. Among the major factions, not all the super sects would send sealers out with their teams. For example, Poison Sect, Puppet Sect and Tomb Sect of the 4 unorthodox groups did not send sealers. Pei Chunyu and the others arrived at the vicinity of the Elixir Refinement Hall and revealed shocked expressions when they swept their gazes across. More than 400 Elixir Yang Sect disciples had survived and made it here. Although Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect coveted the treasures within the Elixir Refinement Hall as well, they did not dare to force things given the number of people that Elixir Yang Sect had. After a slight delay, Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect and some other itinerant cultivators headed into the depths of the ruins. Su Zimo gazed at the cultivators of the sects leaving thoughtfully. A moment later, he patted Night Spirit on the head and whispered, "Stay here and guard Xiaoning. I'll check out the depths of the ruins." "Are you really going to fight for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir?" Tang Yu frowned when she noticed Su Zimo's intention of heading into the ruins. "Xiaoning's receiving the inheritance here and in order to prevent any accidents, we can't leave. If you head in alone, you don't stand a chance against all the elites of those major sections. I must get my hands on the perfect Meridian Unlocking Elixir." Su Zimo replied with conviction and a resolute gaze. Initially, he wanted to head into the depths of the ruins with everyone after Xiaoning received the inheritance. However, by the looks of things now, Xiaoning wouldn't be able to complete the inheritance process within a short period of time. Yet, Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect and other sects have already ventured into the depths of the ruins. Su Zimo could not wait any longer. "You have to be careful. They have sealers with them. Don't force yourself if the situation doesn't look good." Tang Yu said, "I reckon that Xiaoning will definitely inherit the recipe for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir as well. If you don't rush things, you'll definitely get your chance to consume a perfect Meridian Unlocking Elixir in the future." "Got it." Su Zimo nodded and in a flash, a pair of spirit wings appeared behind him. He soared into the air and sped into the depths of the ruins. Su Zimo had no idea where the Meridian Unlocking Elixirs were located within Elixir Pool Sect as well. At that moment, he looked down with the help of the ethereal wings and relied on his shocking eyesight to survey the place continuously while his ears twitched intently to pick up news from the surroundings. "East side, hurry. The elixir storage is there." Ah! Hurry over. Vaguely, Su Zimo caught wind of some intermittent conversations. Standing in the air, he looked towards the east and saw a series of spirit lights shooting into the air from a certain area with many cultivators heading over. There's no mistake. In a flash, Su Zimo vanished from where he was. East of the Elixir Pool sect ruins. From above, it could be seen that there were gigantic jade bottles made from rocks lying on the ground, resembling cave abodes. The bottlenecks were the entrances of the caves where words were written. Although they were blurred, they were still recognizable. Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3. It was very obvious. The Grade 1 cave abodes would naturally contain Grade 1 elixirs. Grade 2 cave abodes would contain Grade 2 elixirs. Grade 3 cave abodes. There were a total of 8 jade bottle-like cave abodes here. In other words, there was a chance that the 8th jade bottle-like cave abode would contain Grade 8 elixirs. Elixirs that were consumed by golden cores were only at Grade 3. As such, what sort of cultivators were the elixirs meant for? Of course, despite knowing that, the many cultivators that were gathered outside the cave abodes could watch helplessly. That was because all the entrances had seals on them. Even after countless years, the seals were still perfectly preserved. None of the cultivators in the ancient battlefield could dispel the seal of the Grade 3 Elixir Cave, let alone the Grade 8 Elixir Caves. At that moment, everyone's gazes were fixed on the Grade 2 Elixir Cave abode. That was because the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was a Grade 2 elixir. Everyone, no matter what, we have to first dispel the seal of the entrance. After a moment, Pei Chunyu stood out and declared loudly, the sooner we dispel the seal, the sooner we can enter the cave abode and obtain the elixirs that we need. If we waste too much time here, more cultivators will arrive and we'll all get less elixirs. That's right, let's join forces to dispel the seal first. I agree. As for the elixirs inside, everyone can fight for it after we enter the cave abode. The cultivators agreed. Bang! Boom! Bang! Under Pei Chunyu's command, many cultivators summoned their flying swords at the same time, striking repeatedly at the entrance of the Grade 2 Elixir Cave. A series of lights appeared and shimmered continuously at the entrance, radiating brightly. As time passed by, the light gradually dimmed. The seal's about to be dispelled. Everyone, let's work harder. Some cultivators yelled excitedly. The sealers of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect did not do anything, merely watching coldly from the sidelines. Although sealers would not be devoured by the dimension if they did not use their powers as golden cores, they were already old and their bodies were failing. As such, they would not do anything casually. At their age, each time they did something, it would be equivalent to shaving off the last bits of their life's essence. It was similar to old mortals in their 90s. If they took care of their bodies, they could still live a couple years more. However, if they did anything overly vigorous, they would die before long. Bang! 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 Yet another series of explosions occurred and cracking sounds echoed from the entrance. A moment later, the light barrier shattered. The eyes of the cultivators lit up as they rushed forward at the same time, swarming towards the entrance. Although the cave abode was sealed for countless years, there was no rotten smell within it. Instead, it was filled with an invigorating medicinal scent. The masses charged forward and before long, their vision opened up in the depths of the cave. A gigantic spirit pool resided at the end of the cave abode. Many jade bottles were floating on it, looking dense and compacted. Each of those jade bottles contained elixirs. The reason why the elixirs were not rotten after thousands of years was because they were nourished by the spirit liquid. This was a true elixir pool. Chapter 421, Success. Chapter 421, Success. Clear words were etched on the surfaces of the jade bottles. Spirit Regeneration Elixir, Mystic Yang Elixir, Snow Lotus Elixir, Great Essence Nourishing Elixir. The elixirs that everyone were familiar with were all available. Some of the elixirs that had been lost in Tianhuang mainland were also floating in the elixir pool. In fact, there were even some elixirs that nobody heard of. However, none of this was important. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the elixir pool, searching for a particular elixir, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. Over there. Someone with a keen eye caught sight of a Meridian Unlocking Elixir's jade bottle and exclaimed. Swash! 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 A series of figures bolted over, reaching out for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir in the elixir pool. Scram! Pei Chunyu shouted and channeled his bloodline, and crystal-like rays of light covered his skin. Punching in reverse, he ruptured the head of a cultivator beside him. Completely helpless to resist, a headless corpse fell from midair before the person could make a single sound. At the side, someone withdrew a flying sword and pierced towards Pei Chunyu's head. Without dodging or retreating, Pei Chunyu extended his palm and caught the flying sword in the middle of it. His palm was unharmed. Pei Chunyu's spirit weapon was a pair of gloves and it was at perfect grade. He did not have to fear his opponent's flying sword at all. Humph, someone the likes of you wishes to fight with me for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir? Laughing coldly, Pei Chunyu exerted force with his palm and snapped the superior-grade flying sword into two, pushing in reverse. Glass Palace cultivators possessed immense strength and the snapped sword turned into a beam of light, piercing the other cultivator's chest, spurting a stream of fresh blood. Yet another person was dead. Displaying his might, Pei Chunyu's fists were like a pair of huge hammers and no one could stand in his way. Although some of the itinerant cultivators were at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment as well, they were no match for Pei Chunyu. A single punch from him was enough to snap their tendons and bones, causing their bodies to explode. In the blink of an eye, Pei Chunyu had killed almost all the cultivators around him. On the other side, Shuaiyang wielded a bone spear that was filled with blood. His expression was grim and he did not hold back at all, killing dozens of cultivators consecutively and staining the elixir pool red. The successors of the two major sects, Malevolent Earth Sect and Glass Palace, stood right at the front of the elixir pool and were on killing sprees. Nobody dared to advance at all. The two of them exchanged glances and leaped at almost the same time, extending their arms to reach for the jade bottle containing the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. You have a death wish. Pei Chunyu's eyes were filled with killing intent as his hands changed trajectory, grabbing towards Shuaiyang's wrist. Although Shuaiyang was the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, he could not compare to Pei Chunyu in terms of physique. If he was grabbed by Pei Chunyu, that hand of his would be crippled. Left with no other choice, Shuaiyang retreated. His eyes flashed with malice as he remarked coldly, "If I can't get my hands on it, you don't have to dream about doing so either." As he retreated, a mysterious spear tip popped out from Shuaiyang's ribs. Filled with a thick malevolent aura, it shone brightly with spirit light and stabbed towards Pei Chunyu's palm. Although Shuaiyang's bone spear was not a perfect spirit weapon, it was basked in malevolent aura day and night for dozens of years and its might could not be underestimated as well. The collision of the two spirit weapons, coupled with the strength of the both of them, caused a golden and black burst of light to spread from the surface of the elixir pool. Piak! 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 There was no way the delicate jade bottles floating in the elixir pool could withstand that amount of force as they shattered, spilling out countless elixirs that choked everyone with a rich medicinal aroma. Among the countless elixirs, there was a handful of Meridian Unlocking Elixirs that were of excellent quality. Almost all of them had 4 patterns and were at supreme grade. Almost at the same time, their gazes landed on one of the Meridian Unlocking Elixirs. Although that Meridian Unlocking Elixir was obviously smaller than the others, it had 5 dreamy elixir patterns on its surface. A perfect Meridian Unlocking Elixir. Both of their gazes turned fiery and their breathings intensified. Given their potentials, they had an 80% chance to unlock their 8th spirit meridians at one go if they obtained the perfect meridian unlocking elixir. Right now, apart from Pei Chunyu and Shuai-yang, no one dared to close in to the vicinity of the elixir pool. Pei Chunyu had a serious expression as he said slowly, "Shuai-yang, there's only one of that meridian unlocking elixir. You had better not fight me for it." He. Shuai-yang revealed a strange smile. "You want me to back off with just a few words of yours? Everything is dependent on our own capabilities. I'll see for myself just how strong your Glass Heart Sutra is. Alright, I'll let you have a taste then." Before his words were finished, Pei Chunyu strode forward and sped towards Shuai-yang. Pei Chunyu had a strong physique and specialized in melee combat. Shuai-yang would definitely lose if the former closed in. Naturally, Shuai-yang understood that as well as he flicked his wrist and channeled spirit energy furiously into the bone spear. In the blink of an eye, the bone spear broke into 11 pieces. Previously, outside Xiantian City, the malevolent Earth Sect cultivator, Di Xing, who was sent to assassinate Su Zimo only had 10 pieces to his bone spear. Shuai-yang's bone spear had an additional piece. Go! Using malevolent Earth Sect's defensive weapon technique, Shuai-yang controlled 11 pieces of the bone spear that were shrouded with black malevolent aura, surrounding Pei Chunyu and blocking the latter's path forward. Although Pei Chunyu was strong, he only had a pair of fists. When he saw the 11 pieces piercing over, Pei Chunyu slapped his storage bag and withdrew a glass metal shield that expanded and blocked in front of him. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the 11 pieces struck his glass metal shield. Both of them had used their full strength. Pei Chunyu staggered backwards and Shuai-yang's 11 bone spear pieces were reflected. Instantly, a blank area appeared between them. Swash! In that moment that the both of them fought head-on and retreated, a figure sped over with lightning speed, leaving a series of illusory afterimages in midair. In a flash, that figure had already arrived above the elixir pool, scooping the perfect meridian unlocking elixir into his palms with ease. The crowd was in an uproar. It was too fast. Even the spectating cultivators could not react in time, let alone Pei Chunyu and Shuai-yang. Furthermore, the timing of the person's appearance was way too precise. It was during the moment of Pei Chunyu and Shuai-yang's clash where both parties were still recovering from their momentums. Just like that, the both of them watched as the perfect meridian unlocking elixir was stolen by someone else. How dare you? You must have a death wish. Enraged, Pei Chunyu and Shuai-yang's eyes shone with killing intent that was about to spew out. The cultivators watching were also curious as to who it was that dared to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. That action was equivalent to offending two super sects, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. The cultivator that arrived later to steal the perfect meridian unlocking elixir paused momentarily and stood in the air without anything beneath his feet. Wearing green robes, his expression was calm as a pair of spirit wings flapped gently behind him. It's him. Su Zimo. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Pei Chunyu's expression darkened instantly as he put away his glass metal shield. A murderous aura gathered between his brows and he said slowly, "Su Zimo, I couldn't be bothered with you back in Xiantian City. But since you wish to die today, you can't blame me. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Shuai-yang's gaze was ice-cold as he chuckled sinisterly. Hell has no gates to begin with, but you're the one who chose to barge in. Even Elixir Yang's sect won't be able to save someone that's hunted by both Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. Chapter 422, Complete Suppression. Chapter 422, Complete Suppression. Standing in the air, Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife as it lingered for a moment on Pei Chunyu and Shuai-yang's faces. Suddenly, He threw his head back and laughed into the skies with absolute arrogance. The two of you actually think you can kill me at your level? The cultivators in the cave abode were dumbfounded in shock. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were recognized by the masses as super sects and were renowned for their powerful combat strengths. The 5 heretical doctrines and 4 unorthodox groups were similar to those two sects in terms of status and reputation. However, disciples of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were the strongest when it came to combat strength. Su Zimo made a name for himself after the bloody battle on the Long Street. Later on, he destroyed the Poison Sect faction in the ancient battlefield single-handedly and his reputation skyrocketed further. However, everyone still felt that Su Zimo was far inferior compared to the disciples groomed by super sects with impressive foundations such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. Right after, Su Zimo's next sentence caused an uproar. Pei Chunyu, Shuiyang, the two of you have tried to kill me countless times. Don't think of leaving today, die. Putting away the perfect meridian unlocking elixir, Su Zimo withdrew Blood Quencher from his storage bag slowly. Flicking his wrist, the saber shone brightly with spirit light and buzzed. Su Zimo really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. One of them is the successor of Glass Palace and the other's the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect. What does an unknown cultivator have to challenge those two strong cultivators? He's a frog in the well at the end of the day. I doubt he even knows about sealers. Many cultivators shook their heads and looked at Su Zimo like they were looking at a fool. Normally, sealers wouldn't attack. However, they would naturally come forth if the successors of their sects were in danger. That was the reason why even Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang did not dare to claim that they could kill one another. If they were pushed to their limits and the sealers were forced to act, both sides would suffer immense losses and neither would benefit. But now, with the sealers watching, Su Zimo's declaration of killing Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang merely attracted mocking laughs. The sealer of Glass Palace was a golden-robed old man. Interesting. The golden-robed old man's eyes flickered with mockery and disdain. The sealer of Malevolent Earth Sect, a skinny old man, smirked in ridicule. Ha ha ha. As though he had heard the greatest joke in the universe, Pei Chunyu laughed repeatedly. Su Zimo, you can't recognize the situation even now. Today, I'll let you know just how strong immortal sects are. He. Shuiyang laughed sinisterly. Su Zimo, it's your honor to die in the hands of the successors of Immortal and Fiend sections. Immortal and Fiend sects? All of you bullshits can't even fight against my saber. Su Zimo roared and 6 spirit meridians shone beneath his robes, channeling his spirit energy to the max. With a flash, he lunged toward Shuiyang at an extremely fast speed. Even under such circumstances, Su Zimo still dared to attack first with a torrential aura. You must have a death wish. Although Malevolent Earth Sect also had a body tempering technique, it was weaker compared to top body tempering sects such as Glass Palace and Overlord Palace. If Pei Chunyu was the one that charged over, Shuiyang would definitely retreat and keep his distance. However, when he saw that it was Su Zimo, Shuiyang did not retreat or avoid knowing that he had a higher cultivation realm. Gripping his bone spear tightly, the spirit energy within his body that was tainted with malevolent aura shot forth, piercing toward Su Zimo in midair. Hiss! The bone spear in Shuiyang's hands coiled in strange circular arcs, resembling a viper. It made a strange sound when it pierced through the void. Many cultivators were secretly shocked and they saw his spear technique. Notwithstanding the power of Shuiyang's pierce, that spear technique alone was enough to awe. Everyone felt that they were in a difficult situation and could only retreat. Swash! At the same time, Pei Chunyu moved. Fast as lightning, his eyes shone with a shimmering luster and killing intent as he leaped forward and pounced toward Su Zimo's back. Pei Chunyu's plan was very clear. If Shuiyang's spear killed Su Zimo, Xueyang would be in a state where he was recovering from his momentum and would definitely reveal openings. Pei Chunyu would be able to seize that moment of weakness to injure Xueyang severely. On the other hand, even if Xueyang did not manage to kill Su Zimo, he could make use of that opportunity to kill the latter while stealing away his storage bag. No matter the outcome, Pei Chunyu would be the biggest winner. At that moment, he did not realize that he missed out on a possibility. On the battlefield. Afterimages of the spear were everywhere along with malevolent aura, and it was difficult to identify between reality and illusion. Su Zimo was in midair when suddenly, the spirit wings behind his back vanished. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. To them, the only way for him to escape was to utilize his spirit wings and dash away instantly. Even so, he might not be able to escape from Pei Chunyu's pursuit entirely. But now that Su Zimo's spirit wings were gone and he was falling freely, it meant that he had no way of escaping and had to fight Xueyang head-on. Although it was only a slight movement, the atmosphere in the battlefield changed miraculously. Descending from the skies, Su Zimo gripped his saber like a fearless god and suppressed Xueyang completely in terms of aura. When they saw that, the expressions of the two sealers changed. Without waiting for them to think further, Su Zimo shouted, "Countercurrent." A huge saber descended from the sky. Splash! The blood light expanded and the sound of a sea tide surged. Alarmed, the two sealers exclaimed, "Saber force." Wrong. The golden-robed old man's expression, and he murmured, as if he had just thought of something, "That saber technique resembles." See Calming 5 stances. The skinny old man muttered. Instantly, a piece of news that they had heard more than 10 days ago flashed through the minds of all the cultivators. The disappearance of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Another cultivator had obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance after 1,000 years. So, it was him. It was no wonder why Su Zimo disappeared for a period of time after the bloody battle the Long Street and was able to uproot Poison Sect with unparalleled dominance upon his return. Everything made perfect sense all of a sudden. Everyone's doubts vanished. Against Countercurrent, Xueyang's spear technique seemed extremely crude and weak. All the spear shadows dissipated instantly, revealing the true spear. Clang! Blood Quencher collided heavily against the bone spear and billions of arcs of lightning surged within the blood beam, drowning and cleansing the malevolent aura on the bone spear. Suppression. It was a complete suppression in terms of aura, technique, bloodline and power. Xueyang yelled in pain as his palm split open with blood flowing out. Instantly, the bone spear flew from his hands and was repelled. Turning into a cold streak of light, it pierced deeply into the wall behind him and the end of the spear trembled endlessly. Crack! 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 Against the impact of that terrifying slash, Xueyang's protection talisman was shattered instantly as he collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured after a slash. Chapter 423, I Hate to be Threatened. Chapter 423, I Hate to be Threatened. In reality, if not for his protection talisman, Xueyang would have been killed by Su Zimo's slash. Even then, Xueyang was injured and sent flying after his protection talisman was shattered against the slash. The cultivators in the cave abode were shocked when they saw that. That was an outcome that none of them expected. Nobody imagined that the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect would not be able to withstand a single slash against Su Zimo. Although part of it was because Xueyang underestimated his opponent, the strength that Su Zimo displayed once again refreshed everyone's impression of him. Who could have imagined that he was the one to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance? Furthermore, he had even managed to cultivate to the level of force. The skinny old man that was initially idle by the side strode a half-step forward with a changed expression, wanting to interfere. But right after, when he saw the shadow behind Su Zimo's back, he was relieved and stood back. Pei Chunyu was now at Su Zimo's back. Given their proximity, no cultivator would be able to fight head-on against a Glass Palace disciple of the same cultivation realm without being disadvantaged. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just released Countercurrent and his power was at its weakest right now. The power of force took an immense toll on Foundation establishment cultivators and Su Zimo could not use it repeatedly as well. Therefore, both sealers knew that Su Zimo would either be severely injured or dead given Pei Chunyu's precise timing of attack. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. Pei Chunyu's eyes shimmered like glass as he chanted. With every single word, his aura would change. In the end, there was a mysterious luster covering his muscles, flawless like glass, that raised his aura to a maximum point. Die! Pei Chunyu's black hair fluttered without any wind. Arriving behind Su Zimo, he shouted as he whirled his gigantic fists and smashed down viciously at Su Zimo's head. The gloves that he was wearing were perfect spirit weapons. 5 spirit lights shone with a bedazzling glow and illuminated the entire cave abode. Pei Chunyu's palm was like a blazing sun that shone brilliantly, charging at Su Zimo with a furious killing intent. With a dark gaze, Su Zimo glared at Shui Yang who was sent flying, seemingly indifferent towards Pei Chunyu who was behind him. Bang! Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, the terrifying sound of tsunamis gushed from within Su Zimo's body. Accompanied with the sound of rumbling thunder, it sent shivers down one's spine. Pang! 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 Without even turning back, Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and his tendons shifted. He slashed in reverse against Pei Chunyu's fist with a surging blood beam. Clang! The saber and fist collided into a deafening roar, causing sparks to fly. Indeed, Su Zimo could not release his saber force continuously. However, after attaining lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs and 7 orifices now formed a major heavenly cycle and he was sufficiently strong with just the power of his bloodline and body. Grunting dully, Pei Chunyu's expression changed starkly as he retreated repeatedly. His feet dug into the ground with every step, creating a deep footprint. The confidence in Pei Chunyu's eyes was gradually replaced by terror. He truly hadn't imagined that Su Zimo would have the energy remaining to force him to retreat even after inflicting a severe injury on Shui Yang. Although he was not injured and his palm was merely trembling slightly with a vague pain, that was enough to have him shocked. This meant that he was definitely not Su Zimo's match if they were to exchange blows when the latter was in his peak condition. He wouldn't have a much better outcome compared to Shui Yang's current condition. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Pei Chunyu's mind. But at that moment, Su Zimo made use of the momentum created by clashing against Pei Chunyu to rebound himself, speeding faster and vanished from where he was. His figure howled forward like a sprinting stallion. He was so fast that the void was buzzing wherever he passed. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived in front of Shui Yang. The tides had turned entirely. Even the 2 sealers did not manage to react, let alone the Foundation establishment cultivators that were watching. After he was sent flying by Su Zimo, Shui Yang wanted to retreat with the opening created by Pei Chunyu's attack. He wanted to consume elixirs before joining hands with Pei Chunyu to kill Su Zimo. However, that thought had just flashed across his mind when he heard the sound of Su Zimo and Pei Chunyu clashing. The next moment, his vision blurred and Su Zimo had already closed into him. It was too fast. How could this be? Shui Yang was horrified out of his wits. Even if he was in his peak condition, he was not Su Zimo's match given this distance, let alone the fact that he was now injured. You. He merely said a single word when Su Zimo's massive palm covered his vision. Without his bone spear by his side, it was too late even if he had other spirit weapons in his storage bag. Shuiyang could only prop up his arms instinctively to try and block against Su Zimo while seizing the opportunity to escape. Snap! Su Zimo did not show any mercy as he crushed Shuiyang's arms immediately upon contact. The latter's bones protruded from his flesh with blood and flesh in a terrifying sight. Ah! Shuiyang exclaimed tragically. The next moment, Shuiyang's voice stopped abruptly. Su Zimo descended upon Shuiyang and gripped his throat, lifting the latter up to defend in front of him. Shoo! 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 At the same time, a few bone spears shot over. A few bone spears that were shooting over stopped in their tracks immediately upon seeing that Shuiyang was in Su Zimo's hands. Not far away, the skinny old man had already attacked and wanted to kill Su Zimo with his bone spear to rescue Shuiyang. However, he was still a tad too late. At that moment, Shuiyang was in Su Zimo's hands and the skinny old man did not dare to be reckless, wary of the consequences. The situation was now in a deadlock. Since the start of the battle, everyone had subconsciously held their breaths in concentration and had already forgotten to breathe. It was only now that they heaved out long breaths. The way everyone looked at Su Zimo changed. Shuiyang was not an ordinary cultivator of malevolent earth sect, but the fiend heir. A dignified fiend heir was gripped by Su Zimo by the throat just like that, eyes bulging and tongue sticking out slightly with a purplish expression without being able to say anything. Shuiyang's arms dangled lifelessly by the side with his bones crushed, clearly already crippled. With his arms crippled, Shuiyang would most likely not amount to much in the future even if he managed to survive. Su Zimo, let him go and we can put aside the feud between you and Malevolent Earth Sect temporarily. I can also spare your life. The skinny old man said slowly with a grim expression. Oh. Raising his brow, Su Zimo laughed. The skinny old man continued, you don't have to worry. As a golden core, I'll definitely stick to my words. And if I don't let him go? Su Zimo's tone was indifferent as he asked with a fake smile. The skinny old man's tone was frosty. If you don't let him go, you'll definitely die today. Is that so? Retracting his smile, Su Zimo replied coldly, I hate to be threatened by others. Snap! There was a crisp sound. Su Zimo crushed Shuiyang's throat and flung the corpse on the ground casually, as though he had just done something extremely insignificant. Chapter 424, Dimensional Tier. Chapter 424, Dimensional Tier. Instantly, the cave abode went so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Many cultivators looked at the corpse that laid on the ground like a dead dog in absolute disbelief, unable to say anything. It was too ruthless. The fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect was slaughtered just like that. Even though immortals and fiends have been irreconcilable since ancient times, even Pei Chunyu would not dare to show no mercy in the presence of a sealer. The sealer was bound to make a move if the fiend heir dies. Everyone looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. Sealers were all elderly who had reached the end of their lives. However, even 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were no match for the power of sealers. Golden Cores and Foundation establishment cultivators were on completely different levels. The moment one formed a core, their destinies no longer belonged to the heavens and their lifespans would increase to 500 years. In terms of strength, it was a complete suppression. The wrath of a golden core was not something that a Foundation establishment cultivator could deal with. Many cultivators started to back off slowly, trying to get as far away from Su Zimo as possible lest they were implicated. Pei Chunyu and the golden-robed old man of Glass Palace exchanged glances when they saw this, both could see the joy in the other's eyes. This was the best situation for them. Glass Palace could just sit this one out and reap the spoils later. No matter which side stood victorious, Glass Palace would be the biggest winner. Good. Very good. The skinny old man from Malevolent Earth Sect's expression darkened completely as he glared at Su Zimo with malice. The aura that he emanated turned increasingly terrifying and sent shudders down one's spine. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo held Blood Quencher and faced off against the skinny old man without losing out in terms of aura. He had fought a real golden core before and had even managed to kill him. Previously, Su Zimo had the help of Night Spirit, his right blood bone palm, various environmental and external factors. That was how he managed to kill a golden core that was at the end of his lifespan. In terms of actual strength, Su Zimo was definitely no match for a golden core. But now, he had a chance of winning. This was the ancient battlefield, and the moment anyone uses the power of a golden core, a dimensional tear would occur to reject them. In other words, if the sealers wanted to make use of their powers as golden cores, they only had a single chance to attack. As long as Su Zimo could survive that attack, the sealers would be the ones to die. Die. The skinny old man raised his foot and lightly landed. In that instant, the earth and mountains shook. Under countless gazes, a huge crack appeared on the ground and extended continuously, arriving beneath Su Zimo's feet in an instant. Swoosh! A pair of spirit wings appeared and Su Zimo soared into the skies while conjuring a spirit art with his hand. He touched his middle finger and thumb, creating the sign of a seal that possessed endless might. Fiend Suppression Seal. The crack on the ground was deep and dark, shooting forth with an ink-like black malevolent aura. Rumbling, a gigantic palm was formed and it grabbed toward Su Zimo, who was in midair. The malevolent aura surged and black fog filled the air, causing the wind and clouds to change. The pitch-black palm resembled a ghost claw that extended from hell with the power to forcibly pull all living beings into the abyss. Even the cultivators who had retreated far away felt chills when they caught sight of that palm, let alone Su Zimo, who was standing in the epicenter of the battlefield. That was the power of a golden core to be able to suppress everything. Boom! At the same time, a loud sound came from above the cave abode. A gigantic golden palm descended from the skies, glowing with blinding golden radiance. The imprints on the palm could be seen clearly, and it possessed a holy aura that could not be encroached upon by evil. Its aura was so terrifying it seemed like it wanted to purge all demons. The spirit energy in Su Zimo's Dantian had already reached its limit, and his 6 spirit meridians rumbled as spirit energy gushed wildly. The reason why he chose to use the Fiend Suppression Seal was because it carried a holy aura that could purge evil and was a natural enemy against the malevolent aura. Even then, the Fiend Suppression Seal alone was not enough to fight against the spirit art released by a golden core. Boom! The two palms collided and produced a deafening sound. Lights of 2 different colors, gold and black, intertwined and collided. A terrifying halo of power spread out, causing the entire cave abode to shake on the verge of collapsing. Right in front of everyone, the golden palm paused for a moment before dissipating. As for the black palm shrouded with malevolent aura, it had clearly weakened. Many cultivators could not help but feel shocked when they saw that. If the both of them were at similar cultivation realms, the divine power within the golden palm would have been able to suppress the skinny old man's spirit art. Clang! Clang! After the 2 palms collided, a sharp sound of swords humming sounded. 18 supreme-grade flying swords hovered in front of Su Zimo, shining brightly with spirit light. They intertwined in midair, leaving streaks of sword scars. They condensed into a sharp sword formation that emitted endless sword chi. It was the candlelight sword formation. Go! A huge sword-shaped disc was formed and charged towards the gigantic black palm, buzzing and trembling. The black palm opened up, as if it wanted to blot out the sky, and grabbed the candlelight sword formation directly. Poof! 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 Initially, the sword-shaped disc was still spinning continuously. However, it came to a stop after being grabbed by the black palm and let out a sorrowful sound. Boom! The sword formation dispersed and the 18 flying swords scattered everywhere. The malevolent aura surrounding the black palm faded even more. Although the candlelight sword formation had dissipated, its power was so terrifying that it riddled the black palm with holes. The fiend's suppression seal and candlelight sword formation consumed a huge amount of spirit energy, and they were also Su Zimo's trump cards. Even after Su Zimo's 2 trump cards, the remaining power of the sealer's spirit art was still terrifying enough to destroy everyone. Swoosh! The black palm descended and enveloped Su Zimo before closing its grip tightly. Su Zimo's figure was held in the center of the black palm and he was instantly engulfed by the spreading malevolent aura. It was over. Although it was blocked by the fiend's suppression seal and candlelight sword formation, this was still the power of a golden core after all. Even if Su Zimo's physique could withstand the grip of the black palm, he would be killed the moment the malevolent aura of a golden core seeped into his body and corroded it. On the other side, a tear appeared in the void behind the skinny old man. It gave off a terrifying aura and dragged him inside immediately. The dimensional tear. The rules of the ancient battlefield could not be breached at the end of the day. The skinny old man did not have the chance to strike a second time. Before the dimensional tear closed, the skinny old man's body was already torn to pieces with blood spewing and spraying everywhere, leaving nothing behind. A moment later, the dimensional tear slowly closed. Many people had complicated expressions upon seeing this. If he wasn't targeted by a sealer, a cultivator like him would have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the young elites of the various major factions. He asked for it by being so arrogant and insolent. It's true that he's a rare genius to be able to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance. What a pity. There's nothing to be pitied. A fallen genius isn't a genius and will definitely be forgotten by others in the end. It was quite an honorable death for him to exchange his life with a sealer's. Some looked regretful, some gloated while others shook their heads and sighed. Chapter 425, Unsurpassed Genius. Chapter 425, Unsurpassed Genius. Pei Chunyu had a smile on his face and was already prepared to make a move. He was going to grab Su Zimo's storage bag the moment the black palm dissipated. But right then, the rumbling sound of a tsunami surged out from the black palm that was in midair, roaring with a terrifying aura. Crack! 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 A thin crack appeared on the surface of the black palm, growing bigger and clearer. Swoosh! Through the pitch-black malevolent aura, a blood-red light that flickered with lightning burst out from within. It was eye-catching and split the black palm into 2 as a figure leaped out. Pust! Everyone shuddered and their eyeballs constricted with disbelief when they caught sight of that figure. How is that possible? Pei Chunyu lost his composure and exclaimed. It wasn't anybody else, but Su Zimo, whom everyone had thought to be dead. His green robes were completely corroded by the malevolent aura. He looked wretched, staggering in his footsteps. However, his eyes were bright and clear as ever and there was a fighting intent that was rising in his gaze. Exuding an arrogant aura, he possessed a dominance that looked down on everyone. He was still alive. Against the full strength of a sealer and the suppressive power of a golden core, Su Zimo managed to survive. This meant that the sealer had died for nothing. Malevolent Earth Sex faction in the ancient battlefield was almost completely destroyed. In reality, Su Zimo had given it his all to be able to withstand that attack from the sealer. Apart from the fiend's suppression seal and candlelight sword formation, the moment he was engulfed by the black palm, Su Zimo even circulated his bloodline and channeled his power to its peak, releasing countercurrent. Although that slash managed to split the black palm into 2, allowing him to escape, he was still injured nevertheless. Furthermore, the golden core malevolent aura of the skinny old man had surged into his body wildly. Normally, the malevolent aura of a golden core was enough to destroy the heart and meridians of a Foundation establishment cultivator, killing him outright. Unfortunately, Su Zimo's bloodline contained a violent power of thunder that was the nemesis of powers like the malevolent aura. Furthermore, although Su Zimo had his reservations and did not dare to release his demonic chi so as to conceal his demonic cultivation, it was undeniable that his body possessed a vast amount of demonic chi. Although he could not release them, a strong backlash was triggered by the demonic chi upon the invasion of the malevolent aura. Additionally, Su Zimo's body had received nourishment from the essence energy of the dragon race and his physique was currently unpredictably strong. Upon entering his body, the golden core malevolent aura was washed away by the powers of thunder and blood chi as well as the dragon race's essence energy. It dissipated before it could even unleash its true might. Poof! Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. While he managed to survive, he did not feel good either. His body had just received a strong impact after all and he was suffering from internal injuries with his internal organs shaken. He would have been doomed if the two sealers had joined forces. It was a pity that the Glass Palace sealer did not see the need or reason to sacrifice himself and thus did not attack Su Zimo. Gripping Blood Quencher tightly, Su Zimo panted slightly. Pei Chunyu narrowed his eyes and awaited for an opportunity. There were still a few malevolent earth sect cultivators left in the cave abode. Shifting slowly, they moved to surround Su Zimo with hateful eyes. Su Zimo closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, as though he was unaware of everything around him. No one could tell that Su Zimo's injuries were healing at a visible speed. Not only was Su Zimo's physique powerful, his regeneration capabilities were even more terrifying. Su Zimo, you don't even have the energy to attack anymore? Fufu, if I were you and I managed to survive against a sealer, I would have left this place right away. However, there's only a single reason why you're still here, you don't even have the strength to run away anymore. Pei Chunyu was wary and did not dare to strike directly, merely testing the waters with a faked composure and smile on his face. Su Zimo was expressionless and did not even open his eyes, as if he had heard nothing at all. Seems like I was right. Pei Chunyu retracted his smile and shouted coldly, "Kill him." The moment he said that, the surrounding Glass Palace and remaining malevolent earth sect cultivators roared and attacked one after another. In a flash, the cave abode lit up. All of a sudden, two divine beams of light flickered in the void and was even more dazzling than the spirit lights on the various spirit weapons. Those were Su Zimo's eyes. They were shiny and sharp as knives. Swash! Su Zimo disappeared from where he was and a saber light flashed, swiping gently against a cultivator's neck, causing blood to spew out. A cultivator died on the spot. Immediately after, he slashed in reverse and struck the bracer of another Glass Palace cultivator. Snap! Even with the bracer, that person's arm could not be saved. Against the massive force, the person was sent flying and slammed heavily against the wall of the cave abode, sliding down slowly as his eyes dimmed. Barging left and right, Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and deployed Sea Calming. No one could stop his rampage. Pei Chunyu. Bursting through all the obstacles, Su Zimo arrived before Pei Chunyu and roared in laughter. The reason why I stayed here isn't because I have no strength left to run. It's because I'm here to take your life. Swoosh! Blood Quencher descended from above in a terrifying manner. Even though Su Zimo could no longer deploy force given his current state, the power of his physique and bloodline was enough to destroy everything in his path. Clang! Blood Quencher collided against Pei Chunyu's fists. For that slash, Su Zimo deployed Vortex of the Sea Calming 5 stances. Although it looked ordinary, there was the power of contortion spiraling within the saber technique. Ah! Pei Chunyu retreated continuously as he cried out in pain, a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. Even with the protection of his perfect-grade gloves, the power of the spiraling contortion was transmitted to Pei Chunyu's arms and his sleeves exploded. Poof! 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 Right in front of everyone, the muscles on Pei Chunyu's arms tore apart and burst into blood. That was only a tear of his muscles. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition, that slash could have crushed the bones on both of Pei Chunyu's arms completely. Let's go. Right then, the golden-robed old man took a step forward and jerked Pei Chunyu back, shouting as he threw the ladder towards the entrance of the cave abode. Even the sealer had the intention to retreat. That kid is too strong, he's truly an unsurpassed genius. With heavenly-defying fortune, he managed to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance and has already accumulated the force. No one is his match other than the most exceptional paragons of Tianhuang mainland. We'll leave this place as far as we can. Right after, we'll hide in a corner of the ancient battlefield and cultivate till the deadline is up before leaving. A genius like that is bound to incur the jealousy of the heavens, and he'll definitely be met with great calamities where he can die with ease. There's no need for you to fight him head-on. The golden-robed old man followed behind Pei Chunyu and instructed as they dashed towards the exit. He did not want to make use of his power as a golden core until the last moment. Furthermore, he would definitely be dead if he unleashed his power as a golden core. However, there was no guarantee that Su Zimo would die. Trying to flee? Sneering, Su Zimo picked up Blood Quencher and deployed Divine Steed Fleeting, chasing after the two of them. Chapter 426, Battling the Sealer. Chapter 426, Battling the Sealer. Pei Chunyu swallowed a handful of elixirs to suppress his body's injuries for the time being. By now, he was no longer smiling as he sped ahead with a panicked expression, not daring to rest at all. He was thoroughly shaken after that fight. At that moment, the only thoughts in Pei Chunyu's minds were of Shui Yang and the skinny old man's deaths, causing his limbs to go cold. This is a ruthless person who has no fear. You must not fall into his hands. Pei Chunyu grit his teeth and screamed internally. The crowd was astounded. If they hadn't witnessed it personally, nobody would have imagined a Foundation establishment cultivator chasing down the successor of Glass Palace and a sealer in the ancient battlefield. That man is truly audacious. The sealer merely doesn't want to trade lives right now. If he's really forced into a corner and retaliates, he can kill Su Zimo instantly. That's not for sure. The sealer of Malevolent Earth sect died for nothing previously. Many cultivators discussed as they started to fight for the Grade 2 elixirs of Elixir Pool sect before dashing out of the cave abode. All of them wanted to witness the outcome. In front of the Elixir Refinement Hall, Su Xiaoning's eyes were still closed as she received Elixir Pool sect's inheritance. The long duration of the inheritance implied that there were many things left behind by Elixir Pool sect. It was beneficial, be it for Su Xiaoning or Elixir Yang sect. Hundreds of Elixir Yang sect disciples protected Xiaoning in the middle like stars surrounding the moon, layer by layer. They were so tight that even wind could not blow in, as they were afraid that the inheritance process would be disrupted. Tang Yu started to furrow her brows as she looked towards the depths of the ruins from time to time with a worried expression. Smiling gently, Uncle Yang asked, "You're worried about young Master Su, right? I'm praying right now that there's no perfect meridian unlocking elixir in Elixir Pool sect." Sighing, Tang Yu continued, "Given his personality, since he said that he definitely has to get his hands on a perfect meridian unlocking elixir, he'll definitely fight for one. Against the successors of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect, he doesn't stand a chance of winning." "Don't worry." Uncle Yang pondered and said, "Now that I think about it, the lad saber technique should be the sea calming 5 stances." In other words, the rumor was real and he truly obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance. Although Tang Yu had guessed it vaguely previously, she was still shocked when she heard Uncle Liang say it. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was formed from the ancient era and countless geniuses have been buried in it throughout history. Now, an unknown cultivator managed to get his hands on it. Furthermore, that person had not even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea's existence beforehand. Everything seemed ridiculously absurd, and yet, there was an indescribable mysteriousness to it, as if everything was predetermined. Uncle Liang continued, given the lad's current combat strength, he can definitely hold his ground against Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang. Even if he can't win them, he'll be able to escape unscathed. You don't have to worry. Yes. Tang Yu nodded and her worries lessened. Suddenly, the sound of robes slicing the air could be heard, and it was extremely fast. The person's breathing was heavy, clearly exhausted. Everyone from Elixir Yang's sect looked over, and when they saw the person's face, they were stunned and dumbfounded. Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace. He looked completely wretched and his arms were filled with blood, his flesh still torn and bleeding. With a pale expression, his eyes were now bloodshot, no longer clear as before. He glanced towards the side of Elixir Yang's sect without stopping and continued dashing towards the fog valley outside. Before long, he disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Even Tang Yu, who was extremely intelligent, was stunned at the moment, unable to understand what had just happened, let alone everyone else. How could that be? Didn't Glass Palace head into the depths of the ruins in search of a perfect meridian unlocking elixir? Why was Pei Chunyu the only one left? What about his sealer? In other words, which faction managed to force Glass Palace to such a state? Uncle Liang's eyes flickered as he speculated. The appearance of a perfect meridian unlocking elixir must have caused Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect to get into a big fight, causing the situation to go out of control. The sealers must have fought one another with both dead. After losing to Shui Yang, Pei Chunyu has no other choice but to escape right now. The cultivators of Elixir Yang's sect nodded silently. Tang Yu frowned. Although Uncle Liang's conjecture sounded logical, she felt that something was amiss. When Pei Chunyu was escaping, his expression was horrified, as though he had encountered something that frightened him. Did Shui Yang possess such strength? Or, could something unimaginable have happened in the depths of the ruins? Right then, the sound of a clash echoed from the air in the distance. It was a loud boom and the battle had clearly reached its climax. Everyone from Elixir Yang's sect looked over and their expressions froze with agape mouths. In the distance, two figures were engaged in an intense battle. Spirit light shone brightly and a blood beam filled the skies. Bang! 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 Each time the two of them clashed, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation would ripple out, causing everyone to shudder. One of them was the golden-robed old man, Glass Palace's sealer. The other person was in green robes and wielded a blood-colored saber. It was none other than Su Zimo who had entered the depths of the ruins. This. Uncle Liang was completely dumbfounded. Tang Yu opened her mouth slightly and looked at the green-robed figure far away without blinking. All the confusion in her heart seemed to have been resolved. The person that Pei Chunyu feared was not Shui Yang, but Su Zimo. The situation on the battlefield was extremely tense. Although the sealer, the golden-robed old man, did not unleash his power as a golden core, all of his attacks were extremely forceful, carrying the might of an 8-meridian foundation establishment cultivator. On the other hand, Su Zimo was even more ferocious, slicing sharply with a fervent gaze. With the weight of Blood Quencher as well as Sea Calming, Su Zimo was not disadvantaged against the golden-robed old man. As time passed by, Su Zimo's blood surged and the sounds of tsunami were endless, evidently intensifying as the battle raged on. As for the golden-robed old man, he was no longer as nimble as before and the blood chi he produced gradually faded. This battle had exhausted him greatly. In just a few dozens of breaths' time, the golden-robed old man's skin had lost its luster, withering with wrinkles appearing. Tang Yu said in a deep voice, Glass Palace's sealer is already at the end of his life and his stamina is weak along with his blood chi. He'll definitely lose if he continues battling. He won't. Uncle Yang said with a grim expression, the person who should be worried right now should be Su Zimo. The power of a sealer lies in his killing move with the power of a golden core. If Su Zimo stops now, he might be able to survive. If he forces the sealer to the point of no return, he's bound to die. No one dared to interfere given the circumstances. Nobody could predict when the sealer would disregard his life and unleash his power as a golden core. Chapter 427, Baited Kill. Chapter 427, Baited Kill. Su Zimo was drenched in sweat and steam emitted from his body like smoke. The power of his bloodline was being channeled at his limits. The battle was getting more intense. This also meant that the outcome of this battle would be decided soon. Ever since they entered the Fog Valley, Su Zimo had been battling the entire time. Earlier on, he killed countless demon beasts and even took down a sealer without resting once. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, Su Zimo was already pushing his body to its limits to be able to fight the sealer till now. This was also because he had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, Void Thunder Manual, and devoured the dragon egg's essence. An ordinary body would have been destroyed by now. In the eyes of the golden-robed old man, Su Zimo's stamina, physique and body had already surpassed a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Of course, although Su Zimo's body was at its limits, the golden-robed old man was in an even worse condition. Everyone could tell that he was getting significantly older with every breath in an irreversible manner. Each time the golden-robed old man attacked, he was using up the remainder of his lifespan. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a tremendous change occurred in his saber technique. Earlier on, it was tough and ferocious. In the blink of an eye, it was as gentle as the ripples on the surface of a water, spreading continuously. The ripple stance of Sea Calming Manual. Countercurrent represented toughness while ripple represented softness. Softness was different from weakness where the latter referred to powerless. The softness of water could grind away the edge of stones. The softness of water could penetrate a rock. The softness of water could engulf everything. Softness countered hardness. When Su Zimo used ripple, he did not fight the golden-robed old man head-on. Instead, everything was a tap and go. The saber changed angles swiftly and a series of ripples formed each time it struck. Every single attack looked weak and powerless, but they were fatal. The sudden change caught the golden-robed old man off guard. In a moment of carelessness, 2 wounds appeared on his arm and blood gushed out as he retreated continuously. That's all there is to sealers. Su Zimo smirked. Against Su Zimo's mockery, the golden-robed old man calmed down quickly and his eyes were cloudy and expressionless. Nobody could read his thoughts. He was looking for an opportunity. He wanted a perfect opportunity to unleash his power as a golden core and kill Su Zimo in exchange for his life. At the moment, the golden-robed old man was expressionless. However, his heart had a surge of sadness and he could only sigh internally. At the end of the day, he had reached this inevitable step. Part of the reason why he did not unleash his power as a golden core immediately was to hold back Su Zimo, allowing Pei Chunyu sufficient time to escape. At the same time, in the depths of his heart, he still feared death. He was different from the skinny old man from before. If the skinny old man were to return to the malevolent earth sect alive with the fiend heir dead, he would receive extremely cruel punishment which was worse than death. That was why the skinny old man could unleash his power as a golden core so easily, as he did not have any psychological burdens. The moment the fiend heir was dead, he was already a dead man as well. However, for Glass Palace, Pei Chunyu was still alive. The golden-robed old man still harbored hope that he would be able to force Su Zimo back without unleashing his power as a golden core. However, it was a pity that his hope was about to be crushed mercilessly. Su Zimo's gaze was fervent. As though he could read the golden-robed old man's mind, he spoke again without stopping in his attacks. "Actually, you had a chance to kill me." The golden-robed old man was unmoved and continued defending against Bloodquencher's ripple expressionlessly. He knew that Su Zimo was attacking his mental state. In a fight, top experts would often provoke their opponents to reveal openings so as to seize the advantage. Smiling gently, Su Zimo continued, "Your only chance was to work together with the sealer of Malevolent Earth Sect. If two sealers were to unleash their powers as golden cores and fight me with all their might, I would have most likely died. It's just a pity." The golden-robed old man's eyes flickered and an imperceptible ripple appeared in his mind. Although he knew that Su Zimo was attacking him mentally so that he would reveal an opening, the golden-robed old man felt a strong sense of frustration and indignance. Those words struck a chord in his heart. A gleeful expression flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. "It's just a pity that you were too afraid of death. Even now, you harbor hope of surviving. But actually, you know in your heart that you'll definitely die today. You." The golden-robed old man's expression changed and was about to say something when his hand slowed down, revealing a major opening. Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he strode forward, slashing in reverse towards the golden-robed old man's throat with a chilling killing intent. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura burst forth from the golden-robed old man. "Su Zimo, you've been tricked." Ignoring the incoming saber, the golden-robed old man suddenly unleashed his power as a golden core, engulfing Su Zimo with a gigantic palm. "Even if I have to die, I'll take you with me." "Not good." Uncle Liang's heart skipped a beat and he turned pale with fright when he saw that. Others might not read the situation clearly, but he understood it well given his experience. At first, Su Zimo saw that he could not take down the golden-robed old man and began attacking the latter mentally to break the stalemate. Initially, the golden-robed old man was unmoved. However, after a few sentences, the golden-robed old man was enraged and revealed an opening. There was naturally no way Su Zimo would let the opportunity go as he took advantage of the situation and charged forward. But in reality, that opening was revealed by the golden-robed old man intentionally. That was the reason why he said that Su Zimo was tricked. The golden-robed old man was waiting for Su Zimo to rush forward with no room to retreat before killing the latter by unleashing his power as a golden core. "Heis." Uncle Liang sighed and shook his head. He's still too inexperienced after all. Before he could finish his sigh, a soft laugh came from the battlefield. "Fufu, the one that was tricked, is you." It was Su Zimo's laughter. Although he was initially at the battlefield, by the time his sentence was completed, Su Zimo had already ran far away from where he was. Boom! The golden-robed old man's palm slammed onto the ground, creating a clear palm print. He missed. What happened stunned all the cultivators once more. Standing from afar, Su Zimo looked at the golden-robed old man with a mocking gaze and a fake smile. At that instant, the golden-robed old man aged considerably. A gigantic dimensional crack had already appeared behind him, devouring him mercilessly like a demon from hell, leaving him with no corpse. After pondering for a while, Uncle Liang came to a realization. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo was tricked by the golden-robed old man's intentional opening. However, the truth was that, Su Zimo had also read the golden-robed old man's intentions and pretended to charge forward before escaping far away after the latter unleashed his power as a golden core. It was a bloodless battle of psychological warfare. A single mistake and he would have lost everything and died on the spot. Both parties schemed and fought several times but in the end, Su Zimo came out on top and baited the sealer to his death. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.